MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And you hear that sound. The Wizards win over the Mavericks 113-105. No Beal, no Porzingis. The Wizards still find a way to get it done tonight.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton, Russell, Ryan running things in the back for the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You say it's supposed to be a wet one all day long?
I think so. I looked at the weather today, and it appears like, between 11 and 12 till about 6 o'clock. It's supposed to rain. Supposed to rain all day long, at least in Fort Worth.
I got another wedding this weekend.
Oh, really?
I'm feeling roughed up, man. There's like that sickness that's just out there. I can't get it out of my household. This is the longest it's gone for a while. I feel like it's been like a month straight. I feel like I need the whole house just sprayed down, Lysol down. I got it first. You got it. Corey Majors got it. My wife got it. My son got it. It's this funk can't get out of the air.
No, my oldest son had it. My youngest, I found out this morning, just now, staying home from school. Maybe I have to take the doctor. I'm going to teledoc this thing, I think, though. Just do the phone thing. I'm say, I see some white spots at the back of his throat. Why don't you send him some amoxicillin? I'm going to say, I'm a doctor. I went to Google. I know everything.
Will they send it?
They will. Now, they won't give you like a controlled substance, like, what would that be? Like Adderall, right? They wouldn't give you a controlled substance, but if you need like a Z-Pack, yeah, they'll send that.
Really?
Yeah. Or, when I have my fungus down there.
Oh.
When I have that.
Well.
Yeah, and that's coming, Peyton. It's coming for you too, man.
How soon?
Probably about 20 years.
Oh.
You get that fungus down there. Hey, I got a little bit of an odor. Let's send some creams. Maybe some cortisol or cortisone cream, whatever it is. So, yeah, they'll do that.
Last night, zero interest in the football game for me. I was not going to watch the Carolina Panthers beat the Atlanta Falcons. Zero interest. Instead, I had to watch the Mavs garbage.
Oh, my God.
Watching this team play defense, it doesn't look like they're even trying. Doesn't look like they were this really good defensive team that Jason Kidd has transformed over the past few years. Luka Doncic looking like he's running out of gas early. And the Mavericks lose. Those are all possible Mike Bassick overreactions as we'll play the Bassick-Broadus fight. How'd you hear about that?
I saw Bobby send the email last night, and I was over at Sarah's and I played it, and she was like, "Oh my God. Like, holy cow. How did this happen?"
Bassick versus Broadus at 7:40 this morning, but no Bradley Beal, no Kristaps Porzingis.
Okay.
And the Wizards still beat the Mavericks.
So they had, Kyle Kuzma and Hachimura from Gonzaga. And that's really it. That was, I cannot believe that the Mavericks lost to this team.
Two really bad back-to-back losses. Awful.
Very bad. Without the best players. No Paulo the day before, and then obviously no Beal and no KP. In this one, this is a bad loss, man. This is a bad loss, and Wood doesn't play again. And look, you have wasted 29 and 33 from Dinwiddie in back-to-back games. You've wasted 62 points from Dinwiddie. You have to, those are the games you're supposed to win. Yeah. If Spencer Dinwiddie puts up 29 and 33, this team is going to go to the West Finals again, in every game. He just, but obviously they're not because they can't even beat the Wizards and the Magic.
Luka's numbers on the night, 8 for 21. So back-to-back bad shooting nights for Doncic. He played 39 minutes. He only ended up with 22 points. It would have been 19 points. He hit a deep bomb three at the end in the garbage seconds that were wasting away. 22, 9, and 6. After Dinwiddie, Dwight Powell had 14. Reggie Bullock had 6. Reggie Bullock, dude, if he doesn't hit a big three, he's useless. Yeah. I know defensively you can throw him out there. He's averaging 5 points and 3 rebounds on the season. 5 and 3. As the Mavericks just don't have enough help And I'm starting to get the bad feeling that you're going to waste another year of Luka unless you make a big-time move, unless you somehow figure out Christian Wood and get him right. I know that Bassett was talking about the West being down and open, so maybe that gives you some more hope. But you can just look at this team and look at this roster and say they're not nearly good enough. And Jason Kidd was talking with David Aldridge, longtime NBA reporter, the other day, and Jay Kidd was talking about Luka and his usage rate. He said it's a concern. People say he's 23, but he's human. At this rate, he may hit a physical or mental wall around Christmas. And then he also said he's worried about him constantly getting knocked to the floor. Says those falls may not show up now or even this season. They take a toll over a career. Quote, the wood always wins. Oh, yeah, and Luka picked up another technical last night.
Yeah, look, if
his third in 11 games.
Yeah, if this keeps up, I'm waiting for the trade demand in a couple years. Like, if you keep wasting years from him, it's going to happen sooner or later, and it's gonna suck. It's going to be the worst time in DFW sports. You can't keep wasting this guy's career, and early on in the season, it appears that we are heading down that road where they're wasting another year.
Meanwhile, maybe you were checking out Thursday Night Football with P.J. Walker against Marcus Mariota. Here's what happened.
2nd down and 8. Laviska Shenault motions behind the formation. He catches the screen. Chenault's got the 40, 35-30, accelerating down the sideline. See you later. Touchdown, Laviska Shenault.
Panthers win 25-15 over the Atlanta Falcons. How'd you take this one in?
I turned this one on, and I did one of those things where it's on. It's like golf. It's on in the background. You had the rain, the ponchos. You had bad quarterback play. You had one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life. Didn't count because his elbow was down, but it was one of the worst throws I've ever seen. Marcus Mariota, holy cow. But that was an unwatchable game. And the thing that sucks about it is you're stuck. As soon as you turn that thing on, it's too hard to go back to the regular TV. You gotta X out of the app, and you gotta click over, and you gotta go to your input and go on over to the regular TV. It's a nightmare, man. It's a nightmare. But good on Amazon because they made sure that you're gonna stick with it.
You're going to stick with it.
You're going to stick with it.
What did you say about the points scored on Thursday night?
So on Thursday night, there's been 20 teams that have played. There's been 10 games, 20 teams that have played Thursday Night Football this year. 9 of them have scored fewer than 20 points in that game.
9 of the 20 teams have scored less than 20?
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. I wonder what Al Michaels is thinking. I wonder if Al Michaels is thinking about retirement.
Maybe
if he's
he is.
ticked off. I'm the great Al Michaels calling this mess, calling this garbage. I mean, is it a result of Thursday night playing on there or just the teams? There's been some bad matchups. Bad matchups on the schedule.
Yeah, there has. They've been given no favors at all. But it's what are you gonna do? Maybe it's Thursday night. But the problem is we've been playing on Thursday night for a decade. We haven't seen something like this.
We've talked about in the past having bad games on there. That the quality of play has not been good, but this recently, not good at all. Peyton, how'd you take in last night with Mavs and football?
Well, so I was actually at a scholarship dinner last night. I didn't get a.
Is it the Peyton Russell Scholarship Award?
Right, and I won, by the way. I won the scholarship.
Congratulations.
What does that mean? What do you mean the scholarship award?
So it is at my dad's work. They do this scholarship fund thing and stuff like that. So when I was in college, I applied for the scholarship with a bunch of other people because I worked with my dad at my dad's work. I was a lifeguard there at the golf club. Bercolo Golf Club. And so in college, each semester I got some scholarship money, and then they award you after you go through the program and stuff with a dinner. And so I went to the dinner last night.
So wait, last night was for you?
It wasn't just for me. Other people had got the scholarship, so you had about 180 people there total.
And when did you leave college?
2019.
And last night was for you going through that scholarship process in college?
Second annual one. So there's one last year, one this year and stuff. So, but each year they want to recognize the people that went through their program.
Sounds like a little. First off, it sounds very delayed, but second off, a little inside work there with Pops.
Yeah, it does.
Second annual scholarship.
Second annual, and you already get it? Yeah. Huh.
Couple years later. So you didn't watch sports and do your job.
No, and I'm glad I didn't because it looked like there were two really crappy games on last night.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. The return of Mike McCarthy this morning with the fellas, with his crew. We got a reunion with us, a return to Lambeau, and Mike's birthday yesterday as well. And by the way, happy Veterans Day. Today is Veterans Day. Grateful to all of our Tolos, but a huge thanks to the Turn It On, Leave It On veterans and those that are currently listening and serving. You are appreciated. We got a big baseball rumor. We got the Rangers maybe in on someone RJ Choppy can't stand. Jacob deGrom possibly wants to play here. And the Highland Park Clayton Kershaw reunion sounds like that's getting canceled. Next on your home of the Rangers, Mike McCarthy with the 6 a.m. club, and the Cowboy receivers were asked about getting Odell Beckham. It's the Friday edition, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Mike McCarthy sounds like he's in. Jerry's interested. What about the receivers on the Cowboys wanting Odell Beckham? They talked yesterday. We'll bring it to you at 6 a.m. as we get you ready for the Cowboys and the Packers Sunday right here on your home of America's team. Pre-game, game, and the post-game. Mike McCarthy What a big week and weekend for him. He will join us at 6:30 this morning live on Sean and RJ. But, Choppy, we are also the home of the Texas Rangers. And yesterday, John Heyman of the New York Post came out with the report that Jacob deGrom has let the Texas Rangers know he is interested in signing here.
Whee!
Reports this week that the Rangers and the Braves are the two biggest threats to sign deGrom away from the Mets. That according to SNY.
All right. So
you've been killing this guy forever. At first I was like, is it your Mets hate? You grew up with New York Mets hate. Is that it? There's some reason you're trying to peck away at his greatness.
Well, look, I'll tell you this. He ain't going to the Hall of Fame.
He's not.
I mean, how do you go to the Hall of Fame pitching 11 games a year? Just me. He's had 3 good years. He ain't going to the Hall. You cannot take this guy on your roster at the amount of money that he is going to command. He is not reliable enough to be out there. You think, well, Kevin Hagler thinks Dak is injury prone. What the hell is he going to say about Jake deGrom? Or at least Dak gets fluke injuries. This guy, wakes up on the wrong side of the bed. He misses 3 starts.
The number of games started, the number of starts in the last 3 years, 12, 15, and 11.
Now, the 12 was in the COVID year. Give him credit. The next one, 15, that's half the amount of starts he should have made. And then this one was a third of the amount of starts he should have made. You want to pay the $35-40 million? He's 34 years old. Think he's going to get healthier? I'm out. I'm out on Jake deGrom. He's got amazing stuff, but to me, it ain't worth it. It is not worth giving a 4 to 5 year deal. Someone's going to give it to him, and this is not the team. By the time this team's ready to compete,
he'll
be 36, 37 years old, and he'll be washed up.
He's a possible finishing piece, and this team doesn't need a finishing piece.
Yeah, if you're the Braves, okay. Obviously, the Mets, sure. Team with the Dodgers or the Astros, if they lose Verlander, or the Yankees, fine. You know what? Whatever. The Rangers, now get younger. You go with it. If you want to get a young starting pitcher that's dominant, or not even young, get a Carlos, and go with that. But I would not saddle myself with Jake deGrom.
MLB trade rumors with a projected contract, 3 for $135.
That's 40-something, 45 a year.
45 a year. 3 years, 45 a year. Is there a number of years that could get you interested or more on board?
Number of years?
If it was 3.
1.
1 definitely wouldn't make sense around here.
No, it wouldn't make sense around here at all.
Would you rather sniff around deGrom or Verlander, who's 40, who trade rumor says could get 3 for $120 and just had another stupid, outstanding year?
I would rather sniff around Verlander. He's more reliable. I mean, this guy came off Tommy John, and he's still great, or whatever kind of injury it was. I would much rather sniff around Verlander, but even still, do you really want to throw more money at old guys?
Yeah.
Again, by the time you're ready to really, really compete, these guys they're washed. So I would stay away.
I didn't realize deGrom was this old.
Yeah, I believe. So he was a college pitcher. I think he went to Stetson.
He started in 2014.
Florida Gulf Coast or something. So he started late. He started his career late. He ain't been in the league 10 years.
I'm out. It doesn't make any sense.
I agree.
The age, the injury, the price, where you are in your rebuild. None of it makes any sense whatsoever. Will the Rangers ownership overdo it in terms of, again, the seesaw direction? John Daniels talked about this when he was fired. Pick a lane. And the Rangers have gone, let's try to compete. Let's back off. Let's get back involved. And that ended up being a mistake. I wonder if they would try to do this to appease us in order to get them talked about or generate some interest or prove something to Bruce Bochy.
I mean, they kind of did with Rendon, right? They were throwing the idea of signing him out there, and they gave a contract offer, but it was one that all reports say was much lower than what he wound up getting, and it was a fake offer, if you want to call it that. Was that to garner interest? I don't think they're into that. I don't think they're at that point right now. I think they're going to sign some players. I don't think they're at the point now where they're just going to sit there and do window dressing kind of offers. Like, they're really going to try, but I don't think Jake DeGrom's the way to go.
Are y'all in or out? And is this just a leverage play from DeGrom? Is he at a point where he just wants the most money, or does he want to go somewhere to try to actually win a championship? Are the Rangers just being used as a leverage play with their pocketbook? 877-881-1053. Meanwhile, MLB.com reports Clayton Kershaw closing in on a 1-year deal to stay in L.A. So there goes that idea.
Yeah.
This is like
every year.
This is like the Hall of Fame version of Goran Dragic around here.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Every year. Oh, man, Kershaw's going to come home. Like, he might pitch here, but he might be 40 or 42 or 44. He might. But right now, he's at the end of his career. He wants to finish his career, or at least the last few years of his prime, if he's not past it already, trying to win another championship.
Meanwhile, what happened with the Commanders yesterday with this big announcement that everybody was waiting for? How do you explain what this was?
All right, well, the district attorney or the attorney general, I should say, for Washington, D.C., has filed a suit against Daniel Snyder, against the Washington Commanders, against Roger Goodell,
all of them,
and against the National Football League for allegedly colluding to deceive fans and residents about the league's investigation into the toxic workplace culture in an effort to maintain a strong fan base and increase profits. He said you can't lie to D.C. residents in order to protect your image and profits and get away with it no matter who you are, even if you're the NFL. So I don't quite get this. So what they're saying is that they didn't cop to the allegations, and they said there's nothing to see here, and that somehow, I guess that's illegal because they're trying to maintain their brand image. I don't know how the law works with that, but like this may be the final shoe on Dan Snyder. Like, now you're the end. Now the other 31 owners are getting sued, and Roger Goodell. They're not going to stick around for that.
Phil Knight, the head of Nike, says, yeah, our Kyrie relationship is probably over. Kyrie been getting about $11 million a year from Nike, and Phil just said he stepped over the line. And the problem with Kyrie is, and many people, you can step over the line, just admit that you did it. Kyrie's hesitation, his stubbornness to do it, is really what ended up sinking him. And Phil said he dug in. He dug in, and that was a problem. And our relationship with Kyrie, with the check mark, is probably over with.
Yeah, I mean, it probably is with that relationship with Phil Knight. And that's their prerogative. It's their company. If they want to ditch him, he can say whatever he wants. He can have his opinion. I think he has a right to his opinion. I hate that the Nets are
This is for all you, freedom of speech people. Learn a lesson for all you, I can do this and I can do that. Yeah, you can, but you can also have ramifications. So it's not just, willy-nilly, I can say what I want and do what I want. Yeah, you can, but you're going to get taken off your basketball team and have your $11 million a year sponsorship stripped away from you. So there you go.
Yeah. I mean, he is. He's whether or not he should, his opinion should cost him his job, which I don't believe they should. This is not his job. This is a partnership with another company that he represents.
Yes.
And that's totally different.
I mean, he represents the Nets too.
Right.
And he represents the NBA.
He does, but his job is based on his ability to play basketball, not his opinions on religion. This, I think, is a little bit different.
All right, there is a report that things could get even worse at Lambeau Field. Aaron Rodgers receivers, are they sick and tired of him? And we know a lot of Cowboys are in on Odell. What about the receivers? What about CeeDee Lamb? What about Michael Gallup? Are they supporting Odell Beckham Jr. to the boys? 6 a.m. headlines for the 6 a.m. club. Then Mike McCarthy next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We know that the Dallas Cowboys have been openly flirting with Odell Beckham. Jerry Jones going to be on with the KMC Masterpiece today at 10:30. He was on with you guys on Tuesday. Just kept answering all the questions. Mike McCarthy. Oh, I've heard nothing but phenomenal things about Odell. McCarthy will be on with us live at 6:30 this morning. We know Micah Parsons in and Zeke. But what about the receivers whose playing time could be affected if Odell Beckham signed here? What about CeeDee Lamb, 88, asked about the possibility?
My reaction? Oh, that's my boy. I'm a fan of Odell for sure. I feel like here, why wouldn't you want to add, more firepower to this offense?
Some would take the Odell talk as, well, he's a number one receiver, and they consider you a number one receiver. You've taken it, just bring him on. Why do you have that attitude?
Why do I have that? I mean, MG's a number one receiver also, and I feel like we had three number one receivers my rookie year. So, I mean, why not get back to that?
Normally you wouldn't hear guys advocating for other guys who may affect their playing time. Now, that could be a sign of awesome Cowboys chemistry. Zeke the other day saying, I don't think there's anyone that we could bring in that wouldn't fit in this locker room. It does feel like and sound like they have a great bunch of dudes with an awesome chemistry. But I think a part of this could also be like celeb appeal. These guys, when they're commenting about Odell Beckham Jr., they sound like fans. Mm-hmm. Zeke and Dak. It's cool if you are cool with Odell. It's cool if you know Odell. Kyle Brand, I think it was, NFL Network was saying when they go to other countries, they're in Germany right now, people are like, yep, Brady, Rodgers, Mahomes, Odell.
Yeah.
And they're like, I mean, you talk about it with your kids all the time.
Oh, that they know him.
Right?
There's maybe 5 wide receivers in the league they know. They've known Odell. He was the first one they knew. He was the first player they knew. Like,
has there been a more impactful individual play than that catch against Brandon Carr that
everyone saw? He Odell'd it.
And shot up someone's celebrity. Now, very good player. Obviously, he tries to live or did live the red carpet life. But that play, I'm trying to think of other sports with something iconic that everyone else has tried to emulate and just blew up the star/celebrity status.
Yeah, really did.
Like, other guys in the league are fans of him. I think they view it as cool to know him.
Right.
And that's what I hear from some of these Cowboys.
Yeah, it really is. He is the cool guy. I mean, he really is. The kids on playgrounds, they practice Odelling it. That's what they call it. Odell. They know Odell and Randy Moss. I mean, how many? My kid's got a football game tomorrow, and the entire game, flag football, they just tap the top of their head. They just tap. I mossed them. That's what it is. I mossed them. That's all they care about. Like, this is one of the cool dudes of the league that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be around him because he's Odell. He's a rock star.
Michael Gallup on the NFL Network was asked about bringing someone else into the wide receiver room.
I mean, Odell is literally going to be a Hall of Fame wide receiver. So to have him in the room, that just makes our room, for one, more competitive. And two, I mean, I get to sit there and learn from him, Like when we had Amari Cooper in the same room as me, it's just, you sit there and learn from him. So, I mean, it'd definitely be just a plus for us. So, I'm definitely not opposed to it. Come over here and help us out if you want to.
He made a face.
Hall of Fame?
Because of the catch.
So his catch will be in the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Okay. Because he's not going to the Hall.
That's what he meant.
Like, nobody.
That's not what he meant. He meant he's a Hall of Fame player. Peyton being a smart aleck, which I appreciate. 531 catches, 7,300 yards, 56 touchdowns. Look, if he kept up the pace of his first 3 years, that's Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. Not after. First 3 years, 91 for 1,312. 96 for 1450 and 13. 101 for 1367 and 10. And then it went downhill. Had a couple of years, 75 catches, but last 3 years, 23, 17, and 27. No, Odell Beckham is not going to the Hall of Fame. Michael Gallup. But again, another example of fanboying out.
Fanboying out, man. The dude's a rock star.
Rock star.
He is. Like, this is what he is, and this is what the Cowboys team is. They're rock stars. Michael Gallup is known in every corner of the NFL world because of who he plays for. He's a really nice player. He's a really good player. But, like, if he played for, Indianapolis, who knows him?
Gallup?
Jacksonville, who knows? Yeah, like, if he played for Indianapolis.
Nobody
knows him. They barely know Michael Pittman.
This whole thing just feels inevitable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What happens if they don't sign him after all these Cowboys have been talking like this?
Have they offered him a deal? Right?
I don't know.
Have they offered him a deal?
Why hasn't anyone else? Are they waiting for the market to dry up? Yesterday, the football legend Jimmy Johnson, who may be the best ever at managing personalities and egos, he was on our show. We asked him, what do you think about bringing in Odell as the finishing piece?
Michael Strahan knows him extremely well, and Michael and I have talked about him a bunch. I think he would be an addition. I don't think he would be a disruption. Michael says he's really a good guy, works hard. Everybody in the locker room, loves him. The concern I have is, how quick is he going to be able to contribute in a positive way? Because he hadn't played football in a while. He's coming off a major knee surgery. And so it may be, we may expect more out of him than what he can give early. The other thing is when a player hasn't been out there, I've seen it time and time again, when they've had a long layoff and then they hit the field, 2 weeks later they pull up a hamstring or they pull a groin or something because they're not football ready. So how football ready is he going to be?
It's key. That's key. That's a big part of it. Michael Gallup he stayed out an extra game. That's a mental hurdle. It's a mental hurdle with Gallup. I think it's odd that there's not going to be a mental hurdle to just assume Odell Beckham's not going to have a mental hurdle.
Yeah.
How can you sit there and assume that? Well, because he's done it before. He's had an ACL before. Every injury is different. It may not feel right. So I can't assume that he's going to be 100%. I can't assume he's not going to be able to have this mental block that he can't trust the knee. He might not. He might trust it. He might not trust it. I don't think it's fair just to assume. And Jimmy's right. I mean, it's like how healthy are you going to be? How ready are you going to be able to contribute right away? And the answer is no. How does that change what you want to do?
Dak Prescott, I heard his 10-second answer. Of course, you like to add talent, but it's a business, blah, blah, blah. Dak with his generic response. What about the difference? You asked Jerry this question. What's the difference between 6-2 this year and 6-2 last year, Dak?
Just honestly, that locker room, the culture, the brotherhood that we've honestly established and built on from last year. Being in last year at that time, you think it's all great until you see what we're capable of, where we are now. So it's just honestly, it's special. Just the connection, offensive, defense, special teams. You can take that out of it when you're in the locker room. None of those things. There's not that divider. There's not that separation. Jersey colors don't matter. We're growing. We're continuing to grow. We're much better than we were at this time last year. Put it like that.
We're much better than we were at this time last year. And again, he's talking about the chemistry and all these dudes getting along.
Well, their defense is better than they were last year. The offense is not. And that's ultimately, if the offense was as good this year as it was last year with the way this defense is playing, man.
You're the Buffalo Bills.
You're the Buffalo Bills. Defense is great to have. Offense is gooder to have. You'd rather have a great offense. This is the reality.
If I told you one was going to be better in the postseason, which one would you pick?
In the postseason. Yes. So you're guaranteeing me.
I'm guaranteeing you the number one defense versus going into the postseason or the number one offense.
I still rather the number one offense. And the reason for that is that you're in control. You know, the number one defense can't control how good the other quarterback plays that day. The other quarterback is on. If Josh Allen is on his game, and I mean on his game, or Patrick Mahomes, doesn't matter who you got. You got the 85 Bears out there. Ain't going to matter. But if you're number one offense, those usually hold up more often. But it's great. It's a great question, and it's a great argument because we've seen great defenses have these great runs.
Are the Packers receivers sick and tired of Aaron Rodgers? And an ESPN troll talking about Jalen Hertz already being better than the Cowboys quarterback. All of that followed by Mike McCarthy, a loaded 6 a.m. hour for the 6 a.m. Club with Sean and RJ, continuing on The Fan.
There's Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Mike McCarthy rejoins the show this morning at 6:30. So don't go anywhere. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Happy Veterans Day from DFW Sports Station. And thank you for everything that you all have done and continue to do in terms of serving. Mike McCarthy, very emotional week.
Oh, yeah.
Lip quivering the other day, cursed the media saying, stop making me get in my feels. Says when he doesn't want to address something emotionally, he just tries to go ahead and dip his head into work. And the first line of Todd Archer's feature on him going back to Lambeau in Green Bay, Mike McCarthy will wake up Sunday morning with his venti blonde roast. So I thought of you and Coach sharing a coffee with that ESPN profile.
Listen, I am a blonde roast guy as well. I don't usually go the venti route. I would go more the grande route.
Now, venti is smaller?
No, venti's big.
Venti's big.
It's also a number, so it's not really a size anyway. Isn't venti a number? It's 20, right?
It's 20.
Yeah. So it's not even a size. You know, isn't that the Paul Rudd bit? Like, they all mean large. Every single one. Tall is big, grande is large, and venti's a number.
Just in a different language, basically.
In a different language.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and Mike would get it black. He would get straight black. So
as you would.
As I would. Now, I might get it with a red eye or a black eye or a green eye, which is certain shots of espresso. Dan Campbell rolls with the black eye, the two shots of espresso. Why do some people put the X in espresso? Why do they say espresso and not espresso?
So the point spread has come down to 4.5. I saw 5 earlier in the week. Then it went up to 5.5. And now this morning I'm seeing 4.5 for the Cowboys and the Packers, who score 17 points a game.
Very odd. Very odd that it would come down. I don't get the point spread. Like, on the surface, the Cowboys should win this game by 7 or more. Should. Brad Sham, the word should win it. But this line didn't make a whole lot of sense to me when I saw this thing initially. I was like, wait a second. Cowboys are better than Green Bay. Are you telling me that now they're saying on a neutral field the Cowboys are 6.5 to 7-point favorite? All right, I buy that. Home field, but I would think that the Cowboys should win this game by more than 5.
So there is a report from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, that Aaron Rodgers' receivers may be sick of him. Forget about Aaron being sick of them. They're not good enough. They're not running the right routes. Guys aren't being disciplined enough. They're starting to whisper. They're starting to talk in the receiver room about their quarterback calling them out.
Yep. Rodgers' teammates have pretty much had it with getting scapegoated by him. That is the report. He blames his receivers after throwing an interception. There was a video of that off of a defender's helmet. He threw the interception. He blamed his receivers. The scapegoat's allegedly frustrated with the Packers' struggles. The finger pointing began long before they fell to 3-6. Like you said, Jeremy Fowler reports that they've been painted as scapegoats, and they've basically had it with him and had it with being painted as the reason why they stink. And Rodgers said that the guys who are making too many mistakes shouldn't be playing. Well, yeah, you're right. They shouldn't be playing. You're making mistakes also. Rodgers is. That pass to the end zone to Detroit was terrible. He's making mistakes.
Which one? He had 3 red zone interceptions. Look, I take Rodgers' side in this. These guys are nobodies. They're no names. They've never done anything. Am I going to trust that they're doing the wrong thing, or that, maybe the most talented, one of the best quarterbacks of all time is doing the wrong thing? Sorry. I'm going to go ahead and trust that Aaron Rodgers is telling the truth on that, and the rest of them should shut up and earn their stripes. Now, you can have a leadership discussion here as to whether Aaron should say anything publicly, but when your season is in a free fall, right, then you're going to say something different than we just got to continue, we just got to play. I think Aaron Rodgers has earned that right. I take his side in this versus these no-names who are apparently tired of Rodgers. He's made every other no-name good on the Green Bay Packers. He's elevated everybody else. He's gotten plenty of people paid. And he can't do the same for you. I'm gonna lean towards history telling me it's the wide receiver room, and I can blame the front office for not putting anyone in that wide receiver room and not drafting anyone to play the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, look, there's
11 of the last 12 draft picks. Laufenberg texted us
on defense, and then the other one, the offensive guy was Jordan Love, who's a quarterback. Here's the problem. Bobby was talking about this this week. Like, it looks like Rodgers is checked out. It looks like he's not into it. He's the one he's making mistakes too. Are the receivers in the right spot? I mean, that's not something that I could tell you. You know, that's something that only.
But we can judge Aaron Rodgers' body language.
Well, I don't even like doing that, but yeah, we can, right? You know, yeah.
I mean, it's impossible. Plus, he is a very difficult person to read.
Very difficult. He's awful, right? He's awful to read.
He's frustrated. They suck. They're losing. Their season's over.
It's over.
Midway point and it's done. His body language is going to be bad.
It's going to be terrible.
I mean, I sound like you. Like, I'm not going to judge his body language and determine he doesn't want to play anymore.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going to do that either. It's like, but it's clear that he's frustrated. It's clear that he's upset with the people on his roster, and they appear to just be getting sick of it. And whether or not they have a right to, they certainly have a right to be upset or get sick, be sick of being called out. If they're at fault, be better. Be better.
So that's where we stand. Cowboys, Packers, as Laufenberg said yesterday, who would have ever thought before the year that we'd be talking about this as a trap game going into Lambeau Field, and it feels like a trap game for the Cowboys with all of their injuries and all of their drama.
Trucker.com text line real quick. Let's see. Lamar Jackson has 6 wins with a wide receiver group that's just as bad. I side with Rodgers. However, he's so egotistical. When it's all going right, he gets the credit. When it's going wrong, it's someone else's fault.
True.
He's missing Cobb. Rodgers looks old. His arm is not the same. Rodgers is Big Ben now. Ooh.
That's
okay.
Really
absolutely on the money, Sean. This dude makes receivers. Shut up and learn.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of America's team. When we return, we're all back together again. Mike McCarthy previews his return to Lambeau Field next.
If you're tired of
What year are we in here?
We've been waiting for this for 2 weeks. The radio golden magic has not been the same.
No, it hasn't.
I heard in Mike McCarthy's voice, the energy got sucked out of him when he heard that you were not on the show a couple weeks ago in Vegas.
Yeah.
I think he heard that I was out last week, so he canceled, didn't come on with you. So now all three of us are finally back together again. It's the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. Doing well. Just when you think you've heard it all, you come up with something different. That was unique. That was very unique.
Try.
Well, I mean, kind of like
reunited. Here we go.
And you were missing us, as I just suggested, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious to hear about Vegas. If we have some time for a little recap here, RJ.
I mean, we got plenty of time. I gambled for maybe an hour, and I won a bag, man. I dominated the craps table. It was amazing. It was a lot of fun. But I've never done Vegas this way. I drank most of the time instead of gamble. I didn't gamble much. Very different. No strip clubs.
Okay. Well, you're at least you're honest. I mean, I thought you were going to just tell me you just went to nothing but the shows and stayed, just did all the family stuff. But.
No shows. No shows.
No family stuff.
All the family stuff.
What did you do during your bye week, Coach?
Family stuff. No,
family
I just
family stuff.
Frankly,
shows.
The kids were in school, so just took them to school in the morning and actually came in here and just worked on South Scott. It was I think just like anything, you just need some time to yourself to get back through some things. But it was great. I got the high school football Friday night, some volleyball practices and things like that. But had good family time. And
happy birthday to you yesterday, right?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. 59. It's getting up there a little bit.
Man, the difference between we've all been reading the profile pieces and your return to Lambeau and all that. The difference between you just as a coach or a person now today with the Cowboys versus when you were back there with the Packers.
Oh, I think the obvious would be just because the experiences that I've been so blessed to go through. Just I would say wisdom. I just think it's like anything in life. Personally and professionally. I think it's important to listen and learn and apply. And I would say that's as I look back on my time there, thankful for that. But I mean, this is an incredible opportunity I have here with the Dallas Cowboys, and as a family, we're really enjoying it. And this football team, we have a chance to be special.
How about the family time aspect, Coach? We had Jimmy Johnson on yesterday, and I grew up around Joe Gibbs as he had a cot there at the Washington facilities, and I saw an article where you were talking about you realize, hey, I've missed too much time away from the family, and I can do both. I can adjust. Would you tell a new coach that coming in, you don't have to sleep here 24/7? You can do both.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and part of it too is technology. Just the access that you have. I mean, frankly, the pandemic, really taught me that, that you could do so much more virtually, and things like that. So yeah, there's so many more components to our industry that make it more family friendly. I came into the NFL in 1993, so I slept at the office 2 or 3 nights a week, and I mean that was just part of the the process back then, and that's what, especially as a young coach, you didn't have access to information. Everything wasn't computerized, and frankly, if you weren't in the meeting, you didn't get the information. So I mean, it was just a different era of how you had to learn, grow, and move forward as a coach, and and as a young coach with a newborn and things like that. I mean, it was not the best family plan, that's for sure.
We know that you hate the spotlight and hate the storyline, all about you going back to Lambeau. Has this week, with all the reflection and all the questions and all the memories, and we know you got family coming in, the birthday, has this week been more or less enjoyable for you than game prep other weeks?
I think that's a complex question, just to be honest. That's why I think, this time that I get to spend with the both of you because it's always about you guys.
Right.
And, it's just, and I really enjoy that. So it's refreshing. I mean, frankly, I could sit on here and right now, but no, I think it's, I think it's important because it's what I believe in as a person too, and especially in this league. And I think it's something that, you ask from every player and coach and support staff. We're all from somewhere, and we're all from someone. And I think, the ability to connect and together, those experiences and all that are part of a group of people coming together and connecting and growing to win a championship. And I really believe that. And this week has really heightened that because I've had to answer those questions, and I had to reflect on the things in the past, and I was very fortunate to have success up there. But it's like anything. Was able to coach a lot of great players, and we had some unbelievable teams and good memories. But it really goes back to staying in a moment, and I'm just trying to apply everything I can from a wisdom aspect to go win a game, because as we talk about this every week, it's so damn hard to win a football game in this league. Every single game is so difficult. So if anything, it's heightened my focus, and I'm really glad that I was able to have the bye week, because it gave me a chance to really get ahead on a number of things, just to make sure that I'm doing my part and being the best I can this week for our football team.
Mike McCarthy here on The Fan. While we would love to believe that genuine tone that you just gave us about spending all this time with us, I think it'd be further proven if you gave us the Rob Domofsky treatment.
Right.
As we had him we had him on yesterday.
Okay.
And,
what's the Rob Domofsky treatment?
The Rob Domofsky treatment is 10, 15 years down the road, you're giving me and Choppy a phone call asking about our kids playing basketball.
Where's my call?
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, you gotta, I'm a good listener. You gotta share too. I mean, you guys are, so business all the time. I mean, maybe you two need to loosen up a little bit.
Coach.
Hey, that's all part of the relationships that you have in this business. Yeah. So, I think honestly, all three of us, we got some work to do.
We do have some work to do.
I'm on my third cup of coffee. Trust me, I couldn't be any looser right now than I am. All right.
Coach, was it a good time for the bye, health-wise, with the rest of your team?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, you can always see it, too. I mean, their energy Monday, and it's frankly something you learn, through experience. You got to keep that Monday practice short and at the right tempo, because these guys came back in the building with tremendous amount of energy and juice to get going. So it's been really, really good for us, and I think our guys did a great job getting away. I mean, just being here every day. There's a lot of guys were in here Monday through probably Thursday, but everybody pretty much got away for the weekend. So I think that it was very beneficial for us.
Coach, what have you noticed is different, wrong, if you want to say, with Green Bay's offense and with Rodgers, if anything?
Well, I would say, it's just like anything in this league. I mean, just, watching the last game against Detroit, I mean, you watch it live. I mean, one of the things that's so difficult, and this is being Captain Obvious, but when you start losing players, during the course of the game, and, they're in and out, because that always goes to, now your younger players are playing more, and, you're in a loud opponent's stadium and so forth. So, I mean, that's why I think you have to look at everything. But when you sit down and watch the tape, it's their offensive line has had a number of different combinations almost weekly that they're playing, and that's a challenge. We knock on wood. I hope we've been through that in my first 2 years, but the quarterback is dangerous. I mean, just the way Aaron plays the position, the things that he does that don't show up in the in the statistics. The cadence, the ability to try to generate a free play. His application of information at the line of scrimmage is unique. I mean, this guy's listening and, really has a great understanding of football and has since a young age. So, and that's a challenge for a defense. And so what does that mean? It means we got to just make sure we're really on top of our own P's and Q's and make sure our communication is tight, and, we're just, one step faster than we need to be.
We were just talking a minute ago. There's reports out there that some of his receivers are upset, and he feels like he's getting scapegoated. what kind of how is he around his teammates? Like, what kind of a teammate is he? Is he one of these guys that he gets in your face? I mean, his body language obviously looks sometimes to be a little bit off-putting, if you will. But like, what kind of a teammate is he?
I mean, my experience, and obviously, 13 years. I mean, he's, this is what 18 years now for him. I mean, this is a long time. But he's got a great sense of humor. He's a practical joker and things like that. So, he's was always very active in the locker room. I've seen, other guys that were a little more removed, but no, he was always very active. But especially in the later years, he's really, I always felt that he did a really good job with younger players, as far as, in the meeting rooms, the extra time, talking through things. So, I can't really comment on the reports you talk because I'm not in tune with that. But let's be honest. When things are good, when you win, everything's good. And when you don't win, then there's something wrong. There's something dramatic, and people pick at it, and that's how professional sports goes. And that's just all part of the journey and part of the challenge.
Coach, I saw where, you were watching a ton of Packers games and saying where, hey, maybe I can give something different to my assistants as we're all scouting. When you analyze a team that you're much more familiar with, can you get a lot more out of that? Does it really, really elevate your scouting, knowing a team that well? It has to, right?
Well, the thing you just try to give your players, because at the end of the day, this is a player's game, and we can never lose sight of that. And you're always trying to heighten their instincts and awareness in every game from game plan. But the other opponent, the other side of this is that they understand that too. So, and I'll say one thing about Green Bay, they've done a nice job with their self scout. You can, as you go through their offense, defense, and they've now made a commitment to special teams that has not been there for quite some time. So, this is a very, very dangerous football team. So, but yeah, the things of how you operate. I think that the biggest thing we got to be on top of as far as our defense against their offense is just don't give them any free plays. Because his ability to utilize the cadence and all those things I've already talked about.
Mike McCarthy, presented by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. We begged you, pleaded with you to let Micah be the edge. Wisely, you listened to our football expertise.
Yes.
Hey, I mean, your film stuff is impeccable.
You have no idea about how good. You have no idea how great my film study is. Can we do the same and get 20 carries from Tony Pollard?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you. Well, I don't want to give away the game plan right now, but that's an excellent idea.
Coach, how do you feel about the balance between the two and the way it's working right now with that combo that you have?
Oh, blessed is the way we're so blessed to have two outstanding running backs, and if you've ever called plays in this league, I mean, the ability to get in and out of schemes and personnels and situational offense with both Zeke and Tony is such such an advantage. So yeah, we're very, very fortunate to have those guys. And the biggest thing is trying to, most important, to get those two their touches. But the reality is it gives us a chance just to go attack the defense and not really worry about who's in the game.
How do you, as a coach, how do you weigh the one guy who may give you more explosive plays, big play opportunities, but the other guy is supposed to be really, really great in pass protection, which is huge in today's NFL? Like, how do you kind of weigh the two?
Well, I don't look at it the way everybody, I think, wants to look at it. It's not one against the other. It's the benefit of having both of them. I mean, obviously Tony's numbers, speak for themselves and his style of running. But, the thing about Zeke, especially in a game like we're getting ready to play here on Sunday, there ain't too many people want to tackle Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, let's be honest. And I go back to the first time I saw him play in 2016 up there. I mean, he come ripping past our sideline. I was like, holy hell! Look at the size of the head on this guy. I mean, he's a powerful runner. So and that's those are things that don't show up on this stat sheet. But Zeke brings a toughness and attitude You talk about a great teammate. There's so many other great qualities that he has that, that do not show up on, rushing attempts.
Coach, we'll let you go with this big story that just gets louder every day with Odell Beckham. In all our years doing this, we have not heard the Cowboys talk so openly about a player that they want. I think it shows a lot about your locker room that the receivers yesterday were like, absolutely, bring him in, and Zeke and Micah Parsons, and you even commenting with positive remarks about Odell Beckham. How do you feel about what he would add to you guys and where things possibly stand with it?
Well, I think, first I'd like to just compliment our locker room. I think it just shows you how these men are wired. I mean, it's about winning. And, I think it also shows you, this is not a 11-on-11 football, game. I mean, you have to have, 15, 16 starters, on offense and defense and special teams. So, that's a big part of it. But yeah, Odell, I've always had, such great respect for him, just the way he plays. And, and I've worked with a number of coaches over the years that have worked with him. And those are things, because, you watch a guy play on, tape, and obviously his play speaks for itself. I mean, he's a dynamic impact type player. But, I've heard nothing but great things about him and what he brings to the locker room and the type of teammate he is and the way he interacts with the support staff and so forth. Those things are important to me. And I think it shows in our locker room. So I think we all just think he'd be an excellent fit here.
And do you have any mental tricks to not break down emotionally when you step on that choppy? You got something he could picture, or any mental tips for Coach so he doesn't break down Sunday afternoon?
I'm a softie too sometimes when it comes to nostalgia. Just let it out. I want you crying on the sideline. I want you tearing up, getting emotional.
That's your recommendation?
Yeah, just let it out. Just let it out. I know, but I'm a softie as well when it comes to nostalgia. I really am.
Hey, Sean, you need to check his coffee.
Well, look, man, we missed you. It hasn't been the same. Happy birthday. We can't wait to watch you guys on Sunday. And best of luck, Coach, reliving all the memories. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys.
Turn it up.
Have a good weekend.
Turn it up on him, Peyton. There we go. Mike McCarthy here every Friday on 105.3 The Fan.
He's in a good mood. He's always in a good mood, man. He just is.
6-2.
That helps.
2-6?
2-6.
Oh, no.
Maybe talk like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, talk about Aaron Rodgers. What a week. Got all the family flying there. Got his birthday. All the Lambeau memories, all the Aaron Rodgers stuff. And he is feeling good about his football team.
As he should. Why would you not feel good about this team?
Feel great.
Yeah, this team is rolling, man. And I hope that the bye week did not kill any momentum they had. I don't see why it would. I know they say sometimes that happens, and it does happen. But I always wondered why that happens. If you're talented, you're talented.
Well, it's like the bye week.
Yeah.
The playoff bye.
I know. The playoff. I get the playoff bye, right? Because you're playing another great team usually, and if it takes you how often does it takes like 2 possessions to get back into the swing of things? All of a sudden, you're down 10-0 in a playoff game against a quality opponent.
So does Mike want us to BS and joke around more? Because I can see him reining us back in if we're being clowns with him, and he's like, guys, we're going to talk about the game. We're going to talk about the football team. I don't know. I can't tell with him. He's so dry.
At 2-6, he might be like that. Who knows? But like, I think he enjoys our meeting. I sound like Jerry there. Our meeting. He enjoys our meeting together.
Jerry Jones on with KMC today at 10:30. And what was Corey Majors texting us last night? 1 p.m. today, they do their post-bye week sacrifice to the wheel of the Cowboys. Are they bringing back the wheel? Multiple funky cheeses will go up on the wheel, and they'll have to spin to eat a cheese to take down the cheeseheads this weekend. So that's 1 p.m. They are bringing back the Wheel of Misfortune with funky cheeses today on the KMC Masterpiece, and Jerry Jones at 10:30.
All right, so currently on the Wheel of Misfortune, it appears that they have something called like stipple stab.
Stipple stab?
I don't know what that means. They have permanent ink yourself. They have nipple ring. Ew, no way.
What?
Somebody did a nipple ring?
Yeah.
And then something about Richard Simmons. You got to dress like Richard Simmons, like in a tank top and the short shorts.
I don't know if we can have that up there. Anyway, that's very old. I don't know if that's updated for social acceptance.
Well, you could dress like him, right? You wear a tank top, workout shorts, and high socks, like those little workout socks. I think you could do that.
Peyton, did you ever have to mess with the Wheel of Misfortune?
No, I was not here when they had that on the night show. I got here whenever they moved to middays, so I missed out on it. I heard about it, but never got to do it.
All right.
That thing vicious.
Yeah.
The mouse traps. Colby,
on that, yep.
we get frozen pieces of meat, slapping them in the face.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like it would hurt, especially if it's a bone-in.
I don't think it matters. But yeah, bone-in would probably hurt more.
Yeah.
So there it is. Mike McCarthy rejoining us, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. You had Bart Scott on ESPN. Bobby Belt sent us the audio yesterday trying to keep Dak Prescott and the Cowboys in the spotlight, even during the bye.
Jalen Hurts has passed him.
Oh, get out of here. At this moment, you're ready to say that
Jalen Hurts is a better runner, and he's more accurate right now, and he has better weapons on the outside. Jalen Hurts has passed Dak Prescott as far as the ranking as the quarterback.
No injuries. Well, Dak is going to come back from the thumb or whatever. You're prepared to say it right now,
Jalen Hurts
9 games into a season, that at this point, Jalen Hurts is a better quarterback than Dak Prescott.
Yes.
We're comfortable saying that.
I'm comfortable saying that. Look, the numbers show. The numbers don't lie.
Okay, look. Dak Prescott's a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is having a better season. Right now, today, Jalen Hurts is having a better year. I don't think you can argue that one. Jalen Hurts is one of the 2 or 3 guys that is going to be in line for the MVP. I think it's Mahomes still, but Hurts is in the running. He's having a better year. Geno Smith's having a better year. Dak has also played in, 4 games? So it's apples and oranges.
Jimmy Johnson talked about it yesterday, man. If Jalen Hurts has taken any type of Josh Allen leap with the accuracy, we're in trouble. That's what it comes down to.
Oh, 1,000%.
It's Troy Aikman. I blame Troy Aikman, who came on this show and said, you're either born being able to put the football where you want or not. You can't learn it. It's not going to get that much better. And then Allen had his improvement, and Hertz is showing it for this year. If this sticks around and it's not fluky, then we are in trouble.
It's far more likely at 20-something years old that you can improve your accuracy than your arm strength. You can't teach a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. You can teach department mechanics to get the most out of your ability, but some guys have 98 and some guys have 93. You can't teach that.
Full NFL and college schedule. We'll get back to the Cowboys and the Packers. Baker Mayfield headbutting people last night, and a really bad loss again for the Dallas Mavericks. Headlines to get you ready for your Friday with Sean and RJ next.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. It's been a good half week.
Yeah.
See, this is the argument for the 3-day work week.
Yeah.
Right? We come back, we're together for a few days, and bam, we produce this radio gold and greatness. You know, it allowed us to store up the energy and everything in order to deliver our best product over just a couple of shows.
We are going to a 4-day work week. I think we'll be there within the next 15 years, just as we retire.
You think it's going to happen?
I think it's already happened in other countries. They're already doing it. It's only a matter of time before we do it here. Yeah, we have this stupid American work ethic. I wish we would get rid of all that. People in other countries, they have it right. Like in Europe, they take like all of August off. They just they call it holiday for the whole month. Guys, what are we doing here? Why do companies have 10 days of PTO that's with sick time?
Jimmy Johnson yesterday and Mike McCarthy this morning as he talked about his return to Green Bay. Cowboys right now 4.5-point favorites over the Green Bay Packers. McCarthy returning for the first time since 2018, where, of course, he helped them get that Super Bowl title in Arlington in 2010. Green Bay reeling with a 5-game losing streak. Jerry Jones told you all he expects Zeke to play alongside Tony Pollard. It sounds like Zeke has been a lot more hesitant than Jerry during the course of this week. We will ask Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, if number 21 is going to play at 7:20 this morning. And the Packers, of course, are just beaten up. They are beaten up. The latest, Rashawn Gary, the linebacker, lost for the season with a torn ACL. Eric Stokes, second-year corner, looks like he could miss Sunday's game. Romeo Doubs out multiple weeks with a high ankle. Aaron Jones, if he's gone, my Lord. Now, they got a battering ram back there in A.J. Dillon, but after it's amazing how 4 yards a carry is looked upon as a down year. He's averaging right at 4 yards a carry with 1 touchdown, and this guy can hammer you. Of course, you want Aaron Jones to be missing. A.J. Dillon, in my opinion, is a heck of a backup, but Green Bay, their season's done. Just hopefully this isn't a trap game for the Cowboys.
That's the key. I hope it's not a trap game.
I wonder if McCarthy's return can help with that. You know what I mean? Like they're going to play so hard for Mike or make sure that they win this game for him. I wonder if that storyline wasn't there, if that'd be a bigger worry or concern, this being a trap game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it would be a bigger concern. I think that the fact that it's McCarthy's return, the first one, like he is going to be on, and the team wants to win this game for Mike.
Yeah.
Like badly. You know, it's not like it's the 5th time he's returning. Nothing like that. This is going to be one of those, like, let's get Mike this victory. Like they want to win it anyway, though. And that's the thing. It's like, wait, tell me, like they gave extra effort.
Right.
Oh, that I would have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine that. Imagine if they gave extra effort. It's like, wait a second, you weren't going to give the same effort anyway? That'd be a storyline. But there you go.
The forecast for Sunday we have not talked about. High of 37, low of 23, partly cloudy skies. So obviously it is going to be colder at the Tundra. Dak Prescott, who Bobby Belt referenced those bad numbers with Dak in the cold. They are not good. Dak was asked about playing in the cold yesterday.
Just for the guys to make sure they're staying warm on the sideline. I mean, I don't think 30s is necessarily that cold. You look at the history and what it can get down to. I've played in that weather before, and I don't think that's near the coldest. So, just for us to stay warm and understanding that, we've got to do that on the sideline, and don't sit there and let your joints and bones tighten up on you, because we've got to be ready and with the defense that we have at any moment.
And maybe this is where that run-first formula that they've been talking about nonstop can help. And this is where it gives you an advantage if you have to rely on it. Now, 37 and partly sunny, that doesn't stop anything with the passing game. But as it gets colder in different environments and you're on the road, let's see that run-first formula. And is it going to be Tony Pollard running first and running second? If Zeke is out, a lot of talk, as Mike McCarthy didn't seem to really have a lot of respect for our coaching suggestions.
He didn't.
We gave him at 6:30.
We gave good ones, though. Very good ones.
Micah, Rush, they did it. Pollard, more carries than Zeke. Here's Tony on handling more work.
Skip was saying that 30 snaps is kind of like where they want to keep you at. Do you try and say, I got more, I can do more?
Yeah, I definitely could do more.
Do you tell them that, or how does that?
It's understood.
Okay. Did you tell him that? You said it last week. Did you tell him since the bye week?
No, I hadn't talked to him about it, but I'm pretty sure he didn't mean it exactly like 30-play cutoff.
Right.
Yeah.
He said after your long touchdown in the fourth quarter, they're like, all right, I'm done for the game. Is that what you said and felt, or was it more kind of?
That was more of a joking, not really like, I don't got anything left. It's more like, it's pretty much, ready to let the young guys go in there and get some work. So that was pretty much what that was.
All right, so look, this is really interesting. This is the DallasCowboys.com article from Patrick Walker, who talked to Skip Pete, the Cowboys running back coach. And I think Skip was trying to oversell it to make the current situation sound perfect. But in that article, Skip was like, Pollard, he reaches his max. He gets gassed. It's like a sports car going 0 to 70, 0 to 60. And Pollard, after one of those long runs, said, Coach, that's all I got. I'm out of gas. Meanwhile, Jerry Jones went on KMC a few weeks ago and said he's never seen Tony Pollard tired.
Yeah.
He's never seen a player with greater endurance that Tony Pollard could run for days. So something's not adding up. Pollard did not seem too amused over the suggestions that he was tapping out and he can't play any more reps, as Skip Pete suggested. I think Skip is trying to PR this thing a little bit to make the current situation sound like it's the perfect balance.
Yeah, like Tony Pollard could play more snaps than he does. All right, he can.
Well, he's never gotten over 17 carries in a game ever in college or the pros.
That's true. He is not. That doesn't mean he can't do it.
Right.
It just means that he doesn't do it. There is a difference there. Sometimes it's hard to see, sometimes it's hard to comprehend, but there is a difference there. And I saw this stat yesterday after his 30th touch of the game. I'm sorry. Yeah, 30th snap of the game. Okay, any touch that he gets after his 30th snap of the game, he's got 7 of them. He has 98 yards.
Pretty good.
I mean, yeah, it's over 10. That's over 10 a touch.
You're not going to convince me that a world-class young athlete is all of a sudden going to crumble and need the oxygen tank with his 18th carry. Not going to convince me.
Now there's a stamina that you can't go. To use a baseball analogy, you can't go for the bullpen and go throw 7. Like if you're a bullpen guy going out there throwing 7, you're going to be gassed, right? That's not your body is not conditioned for that. His body might not be conditioned for 35 carries. He ain't Derrick Henry, okay? But that doesn't mean he's not. But that doesn't mean he can't go from 14 to 18.
Sure.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. All right, last night Baker Mayfield was headbutting teammates without his helmet on to celebrate the Panthers' win over the Atlanta Falcons. Bad loss for Atlanta, right? If they want to be taken seriously in the NFC or the NFC South. Carolina wins 25-15. I was not watching that game. You are not going to pay me to watch it. Instead, I tortured myself with this.
And you hear that sound. The Wizards win over the Mavericks 113-105. No Beal, no Porzingis. The Wizards still find a way to get it done tonight.
Wizards radio with the call. No Beal, no Porzingis, no Christian Wood for the Mavericks. This was ugly. Watching the Mavericks attempt to play defense was sad. Watching anyone else besides Dinwiddie was sad. And this is a really, really bad back-to-back stretch, losing to Orlando and the Wizards.
Yeah. When you're playing the Wizards and they don't have Beal and KP, you can't lose that basketball game. You just, I don't care if it's a home game, road game, you can't lose that game. And you certainly can't do it when Spencer Dinwiddie puts up 33. He's put up 62 points in the last 2 games and you're 0-2. Like, you want to talk about wasting performances that ain't coming around very often? Now, if Spencer Dinwiddie puts up 30 a night, guys, game on. But you can't waste those performances. You just can't.
And now it's the Blazers next. Mm-hmm. Portland, who always seems to end up a disappointment in the past couple years, I should say. They're 9-3. Then it's the Clippers. All right, all this is a 5-game homestand, so that's the good news. The bad news is schedule a little bit tougher. Portland, the Clippers, Rockets, gimme. Back-to-back against Denver. and then Boston. So 5 of the next 6, tough, except for the armpit. Nuggets twice, defending Eastern Conference champs, and the LA Clippers. And then it's going to be Toronto, Milwaukee, Golden State. Little stretch.
Dang.
Can't lose.
No.
Can't lose to the Magic and the Wizards
No,
with that.
not when you've got a stretch like that. You've got now they're going to have to win 2 games that they probably shouldn't have won in this stretch to make up for them. That's the way it's going to work.
Stars and the Sharks tonight. Let's bring you the rest of the NFL and college schedule for this weekend. RJ will have his degenerate picks. I thought I saw someone tweet that. Like you started off like 3 or 4-0 last week.
I think it was 5-0, right?
5-0 in college, yeah.
5-0 in college. They are in Germany, where Michael Irvin joined us on Wednesday for the Seahawks and the Buccaneers. 8:30 a.m. on the NFL Network. Noon games. Vikings, Bills. That's good. That's a good one.
If Josh Allen plays.
Josh Allen plays. Bills are favored by 3.5.
Yes, they are.
Well, doesn't that tell us Josh Allen's playing?
You know, I wonder what the line. It's in Buffalo, right?
That line was at 8 when it started, by the way. It's dropped a long ways.
That means he is not playing.
But Buffalo favored?
I would not favor Buffalo if he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, unless it's a 7 p.m. game. If he doesn't play, because they're playing Kirk Cousins. But if he doesn't play, I don't know how Buffalo can be favored in this game.
Other noon games: Lions, Bears, Broncos, Titans, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Browns, Miami, Texans, Giants, Saints, Steelers. 3:00 games: Colts, Raiders, us at Lambeau, Cardinals, Rams. Sunday night: Chargers, San Francisco. Monday night: NFC East, Commanders at the Eagles. What about college?
Oh man, it is highlighted by 6:30 tomorrow night on ABC at the DKR. Number 18, Texas, hosting undefeated number 4, TCU. TCU has 2 more regular season hurdles to get over this week and then at Baylor before the Big 12 title game. Man, this is going to be a good one. It should be an absolute good one. Texas is a 7.5-point favorite right now. Number 7.
Texas is a 7.5-point favorite?
Yep. Number 7, LSU is at Arkansas. Watch out. Watch out for this one. This could be upset central. Other than that, I'm looking around. Number 9, Alabama at number 11, Ole Miss. Ole Miss still has an outside shot at everything because they've got just the 1 loss, so they still have an outside shot. They're number 11 in the nation. Number 3, Michigan hosting Nebraska. Number 22, UCF at number 17, Tulane. Another upset possibility. I can't believe I'm going to say this. Number 1, Georgia is at Mississippi State.
Georgia at Mississippi State, you're saying possible upset alert?
There is. Will Rodgers is having a tremendous year. No, not that Will Rodgers, Peyton. The quarterback of Mississippi State. He's having a fantastic year. I don't think they are going to win this game, but keep an eye on this one. And then number 6, Oregon hosts number 25, Washington. Baylor hosts K-State.
And then yesterday, John Heyman reported Jacob deGrom has told the Rangers, along with the Atlanta Braves, definitely has told the Rangers, according to Heyman's report, the Braves are thought to be a threat, that he'd be interested in coming here.
Please, God, no. No, I want somebody that is healthy and young. Signing old, injured guys.
40 to 45 a year.
Yeah, signing old, injured guys is not the way to build your team. No. I'd be so upset. I'd be more upset about this than building the stadium with a roof. Which I've gotten over that.
You have.
I've gotten over that. But Jake deGrom, all-time great talent, all-time great, unreliable, injured player.
Headlines on a Football Friday with Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. How many more Cowboys yesterday brought out the pom-poms for Odell Beckham? Is Zeke going to play? And Broadus versus Bassick. A crosstalk fight during the expressway. Next on The Fan. But look. on Sean and RJ. We are commercial free to the end of the hour, and we're going to need all the time for Mike Bassick versus Brian Broaddus and a crosstalk fight yesterday. I think I'm firmly on one side in terms of deciding who was right and wrong in this. Not even a toss-up for me.
The guy who usually yells is usually wrong. Is that what you're going to go? I'm guessing that's what you're going to go with. I don't want you to divulge.
I don't believe in that principle.
Neither do I. I just wanted to say.
I don't believe in that principle. The guy who gave me the heads up, I mean, the guy is always listening, monitoring, pulling audio behind the scenes, is our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Do you have a clear winner in Bassick versus Broaddus?
I'll say this, Sean. You saying you have a clear winner, I would be very careful picking either of them as clear winners on the air after you saw how, enraged both of them got. I did tell G-Bag, though, I don't want to give away too much of the interview. I'll give away this one little tip. Based off the Chiafalo fight and now the Bassick fight, I know what Broaddus's trigger is. It's if you write off his opinion as he just clearly isn't listening. That's what sets him off, because that's what set him off with Chiafalo, and that's what set him off with Bassick.
Okay, so Broaddus's trigger is accusing him of not listening?
Yeah, well, just he's got a thought-out opinion, and then you just discount his opinion as, well, with an opinion like that, you must not have been listening.
Right.
That's what, because Chiafalo did it, Bassick did it, and both times that's what leveled up the fight.
Does Broaddus not listen?
No, Broaddus listens. That's why I think he gets annoyed with it when somebody says that.
I didn't know over the course of 5 hours if they've caught him a few times, not paying attention.
No, that's Eric. That's Eric.
Oh, yes, that is. Well, that's what happens when you show up a minute before.
He owns up to that. Eric will just kind of zone. There was when the nosebleeds were trying out with G-Bag, Wolchuk had mentioned that there was a time where Gavin was asking Cheech a question, and Wolchuk could see the glaze in Cheech's eyes as he was looking at the fan text and could tell he was not listening. And so as soon as Dawson's question finished, Wolchuk just started talking, and Cheech never broke eye contact with the screen. He never knew a question was being asked of him.
The gummy consumption on that show. Probably while they're on the air.
Yeah, we need to do that one day.
You want to?
Yeah, why not?
We can pick a special. Well, drug use live on air I don't think is permitted, but maybe we could pick a special day or something on a Friday.
A very special day.
A very
special
day. So Broaddus versus Bassick coming up right after Bobby Belt. Bobby, what were they? Well, let's just start with Odell. Even the wide receiver room is in on Odell Beckham with CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup signing off, right?
Yeah, which, I think we kind of anticipated you'd get the thumbs up there. But I do think it's important that you got it specifically from the receiver room. Barry Church had talked over at DallasCowboys.com this week that's who he was most interested to hear from on the record about Odell Beckham was the receivers, and to see how they felt about it and how they would receive it. And, they all seem on board. Now, it's easy, I think, for Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb to talk about how on board they are in a 3-receiver league, adding Odell Beckham. I don't know. I don't know how great Noah Brown probably feels about it, but, you can't make roster decisions based off of Noah Brown's ego. And not to say he has one. He may be fine with it. I don't want to accuse him of anything. I'm just saying that can't factor into the decision. But both guys seem really positive, really on board.
Why hasn't it happened yet?
I think Odell's slow playing things. Even though Broaddus has talked about this, Broaddus thinks just based off of what he hears, he doesn't think there's movement till after Thanksgiving for him. And so I think that you're probably looking at early December when he signs. And ultimately, as I've said to you guys, as I said on Love the Star, I think this ends with him being a Cowboy. There's too much of a full court press here. Mike McCarthy went even further than he did on Monday. When he was on with you guys earlier, he went even further by specifying that he'd be a great fit here. Because I don't think he said anything that specific on Monday. He just talked about what a great player he is and how much he admires him, but hadn't talked about him in the context of in the building. And so, man, I think everybody's had time to prepare their answers this week. They know they're going to get asked the questions, and they've all come out with aggressive pitches, which tells you this is an organizational-wide pitch.
Do you think this is a done deal?
No. But I think they recognize the competition that's out there, and they want to get out in front of it.
Okay, you said there's competition. Why is nobody else going to this level of, recruitment?
Well, I mean, the Rams have said things on the record.
Not like this, though, right?
No, not like this, but Les Snead, Sean McVay have talked about things. Their discussions on the record have been more about having to explain away why Odell Beckham's offended. And like, oh, no, we still want him. Like, that's how their comments have been. The only other person I've seen, the only other team I've seen be out in front and talk about, hey, let's get this done, or man, we'd really like him here, or whatever else, and not nearly as aggressively as the Cowboys, has been the Giants. Joe Shane has talked about it. About a month ago at a press conference, talked about what high regard he has for Odell Beckham and things like that. And so I think it just speaks to how bad Dallas wants him and how much they realize, man, we're in a good spot in a vulnerable division, in a vulnerable conference, a vulnerable league, and we need to go ahead and make this move because I really think when you look at the roster up and down, that's the area where they could use somebody is receiver. And you've got somebody who is a stud sitting right out there. Somebody who made a big difference in the playoffs last year for the Rams. Somebody who had a great game against the 49ers in the conference championship. Somebody who looked like he was going to go for 200 yards before he got hurt in the Super Bowl. And so, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. And as much as we've all talked about how it's a no-brainer, I think the Cowboys on this one, as it doesn't always tend to be the case, I think the Cowboys are kind of aligning with everybody's perspective here of, yeah, this needs to get done. This is somebody who can make a difference.
Do we know the offer or have an idea of the offer that Odell rejected from the Rams?
I mean, you hear the generalized chatter of it wasn't in his ballpark. And so when we kind of think about where Odell's at and what we would expect he may want. So, I mean, I don't know. Throw it out as he probably wants somewhere around 3 years. Throw it out as he probably wants, I would guess, coming off an ACL, 15, 20 million, something like that, I would guess. Yeah. Then I think that you can kind of figure out that, okay, if they were lowballing or he was disrespected by the offer, then, okay, you got to say that was probably either a year offer or it was probably something really low, like, oh, let's go 3 years and 30 million. And so that's not, a direct number that was thrown out there, but I just think that when you put two and two together and where the conversation has been around that and his level of offense that he seemed to take on social media, I think you can kind of put it together as looking at it somewhere in that range.
Is Dr. Cooper, I wanted to ask this to Jerry, maybe KMC can ask it today at 10:30. Is he going to be the most important decision maker here? And how does that work with medicals? Like, can they get it? Would they get him beforehand? How would that work?
Yeah, you can have him come in and have the doctors take a look at him and everything before you sign him. So that's not unusual. In fact, Brian and I have talked about this. I think that's something that would show up on the waiver wire whenever any team brings him in for a physical. I think that would show up, but like that's something you have to report. So first team that does it, I think we'll see it on the waiver wire from the league. But that's going to be a huge aspect to this is the medical, because he is a second ACL injury, 30 years old. In fact, just turned 30 yesterday, I think. He's in his age 30 season. He's had the 2 ACL injuries. He's not quite the same guy he once was. I think he's still very good, but he's clearly not, the prolific player that he once was. And so I think that all those things are going to factor in. The fact that he told Jesse Holley on Twitter the other day that he thinks all fields should be grass. And he's like, but don't get me started on that. Well, AT&T Stadium's not a grass field. So, I mean, you're going to have to feel good about the medical on that. And he's probably going to have to feel good about his own medical to go back out there and play on turf again. But, I mean, that's a reality that Odell Beckham's going to have to deal with regardless where he goes, is that you're going to have to probably play some games on turf and just deal with it. And so I do think the medical is going to be a big part of that. The medical has, for a long time, been a big part of it. Just look in recent history, Jalen Smith coming here, big part of that was because their doctor did the surgery. The Damone Clark pick, big part of that was they were the ones who found the issue in his neck, found that during the combine. And so they definitely lean heavily on what their doctors say and they're believing them. But I mean, if they bring him in here, you can bet they have confidence in the injury and confidence in the recovery and confidence in Britt Brown to help him get back and ready.
Cowboys insider Bobby Belt in the Diamond Factory hotline. Give us your keys for Green Bay.
Well, I mean, a big part of this game that everybody's talked about this week in the locker room has been about the field surface. That, you know, Mike McCarthy has apparently hammered home to them that can be a tough field to get footing on, and you know it's going to be cold, which we know that's been an issue in some games for Dak Prescott over his career is playing in cold weather. He's done it before. He's made plays in cold weather before, but when you look at some of the big struggles he's had on the road before, a lot of the times it's come in cold weather, and so. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about the field surface, about the temperature, everything else. I think that lends itself to you're going to need to run the ball. And so I think you'll see a lot of Tony Pollard if Ezekiel Elliott plays. I think you'll see a heavy dose of Ezekiel Elliott. What you do see in the passing game may be, you know, them trying to use the short passing game as an extension of the run game as well. And so I think a big part of this is just going to be run the ball against a bad run defense in Green Bay, and one that appears to they're going to miss Devondre Campbell, their stud linebacker, for a second week in a row. And so have success running the ball, and then make sure you contain Aaron Jones, because he's been so good, not just this season, but against the Cowboys in general. The first game he played against them in his career, it was 20 touches for like 136 yards from scrimmage. The last game he played against them, it was 26 touches for 182 yards from scrimmage, and he scored 5 touchdowns in 2 games against them. And so he is I feel comfortable saying, with the way Aaron Rodgers is playing, Aaron Jones is their best player. And so contain Aaron Jones and have success on the ground. I think that's going to be a big part of this.
Who has a better chance to play between Aaron Jones and Zeke?
Aaron Jones is playing. Okay. All indications are he's playing 100%. Zeke, yesterday was going to be a big day for it. I know we talked about that, how the padded practice was going to be a big indicator for him because it felt kind of 50-50 heading into Thursday. I think they were happy with the day of practice he had. He looked like he was moving around good. And so, you know, he was limited again yesterday. He was not a full participant, but I think that based off of what they saw yesterday, it would now, it's not like a slam dunk 100%, but I would say it now leans the positive direction that Zeke will play.
Is Green Bay a team that you can break their spirit with an early lead at this point in the season?
That's a good question. They've lost some leads, so it's you know, that's kind of been their issue. But you know, they've got problems scoring right now. They've had a lot of issues with their offense, and so yeah, if you get up on them early, if you put up, you know, a 10-point lead, a 14-point lead, that's probably going to put some pressure on them. Especially when we talk about how that surface is supposed to be. It's a cold weather game. It could be difficult to get into a shootout and try and come back if Dallas puts some pressure on you. I'd be in favor again. I know we've had this discussion the last 2 weeks talking about with Dak's return, get up, put points on the board. I would do it again this week. If you win the toss, take the ball. I'd take the ball, try and put points on the board early and put pressure on Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay right away of, hey, not only are you going to have to, you know, come off of this 5-game losing streak and go against a really top-tier defense, you're going to have to score points right away to make sure this doesn't get out of hand.
Does it make you question your stance, considering that Rodgers is doing this with that receiving core? Lamar Jackson has 6 wins with his receiving core.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lamar Jackson, what a stud, 133 passing yards the other night, right? I mean, you heard Chop
82 rushing.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, we would just be fawning all over Dak Prescott if he put up 210 total yards between the ground and the air. Wouldn't we? We'd say how awesome he is.
27.
I mean, that highlight cut up that I had Peyton play on Tuesday morning for you, Chop. It was incredible what Lamar Jackson was doing. You heard it. Troy Aikman talking about it. Wow, wide open receiver thrown right over his head. What's going on here? Why can't Lamar Jackson throw the damn ball? Oh, it's because he's a running back. Like, this is just what we've established. These are things we know in 2022, and we can just accept them. And you know, if you want to fawn all over them, you can be RJ Choppy. You can be Bart Scott. That's fine with me.
Did you guys never have what was your nearest, broadest Bassick moment on Monday and Tuesday when I was out?
We didn't have one. Choppy's not very trollable. Like Choppy just kind of, if you disagree with him, Choppy just kind of goes, okay. And like he just kind of shrugs it off. And so but I mean, we didn't even disagree a lot.
No, we really didn't.
No, I think that we were overall didn't really have any fights. Maybe the most we fought was like when we or came close to fighting was over like answer the internet stuff or about like speeding in the left lane. That was probably it.
Yeah, that's a bad take on your part. You're not.
No, it isn't.
You're
I'm
not
gonna
God.
let. No,
You're not
I will.
God.
I will go. I will move with the flow of the traffic in the left lane. If some jackass is coming up 110 behind me in the left lane, I'm not moving out of the way. Screw you.
You're like the Dexter of speeding.
In fact, I'm gonna go 59 miles per hour if you start doing that behind me.
What category of cornerback do you put Jair Alexander in?
He's one of the better ones. He's really, really good. But even still, this year's been a struggle for the Green Bay secondary as a whole. Rasul Douglas has not played nearly up to the level that he did when he came on last year. Eric Stokes has been good in parts, but he's likely lost for the season. In fact, CeeDee Lamb singled out Eric Stokes yesterday as a guy that really impresses him. But Jair Alexander is a stud. He's really good, but the rest of that secondary is just it's had some trouble this year that it's tough to just rely on him. You can just kind of throw the ball away from him, work away from him. And even though they're second in the NFL in passing yards per game allowed, they're not efficient with it. It's just teams have been running the ball on them because they're 15th. They're middle of the pack in net yards per attempt.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, has to go to do other radio hits, other radio shows here on DFW Sports Station. Any preview for this Broadus Bassick? Oh, forget that. Mm-hmm. What's the most intense you and Broadus have gotten? Have you gotten anywhere near this?
No, we kind of went back and forth on the air one time, but it was like I think he recognized I was trolling, so he stopped. I haven't gotten in a big fight, I don't think, with anybody on the air yet. Probably the most back and forth I've ever had was maybe with Dawson over Dak or something, but even still, that wasn't tense.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Everybody just writes off all my opinions when I'm passionately arguing something. They just assume I'm trolling, and so then they don't even take it serious. It kind of bumps me out.
Okay. Well, you generate a lot of reaction on social media and the text.
Yeah, they hate me. It's okay, though.
That's
I
good.
love you all. So.
Bye, Bobby. Bobby
Bye.
Bell, Diamond Factory Hotline.
Do you remember our biggest on-air fight?
Why are you asking with a smile? Biggest on-air fight was probably watching the football.
Oh, I didn't even think. I was thinking it was the one we got suspended a day for. Not suspended.
Oh, was that over the Masters?
It was over the Masters. I don't remember what the topic was.
I remember throwing a trash can in the hallway over Josh Hamilton. Josh Hamilton hit 4 home runs against the Orioles, and I came in the morning. This is the way I remember it. I was like, your email is just Josh Hamilton, prep. And he's like, there's nothing else to talk about. Josh Hamilton hit 4 home runs. That's the story. And threw a trash can. That was upstairs, 12th floor.
Yeah, that was bad.
But
floor.
I'm glad that these other shows are being like real sports talk. You know what I mean? Not telling all your little fart jokes and, baking cupcakes and playing patty cake and all that. Yeah, they're sitting here,
Don't fight.
You got brothers fight and sports talk debates and arguments, and I feel like we've led the way with that by a mile around here.
We've led the way a lot, but we've never I don't remember ever having it carry over
Not
into
one time.
the break.
Never. Not one time between you and I. Other people carried over, but me and you would let it go in the commercial break. Done.
No headphone throwing or anything like that?
These things are too expensive
I'm not throwing, I throw pens. I've thrown many a pen.
Many the pen. Never at somebody that I don't think.
Okay, no one else is in here. We're the only show with 2 people talking all the time.
Oh, he hit that window a lot.
Yeah.
But no, I don't. And he kicked the trash can or threw the trash can.
Very hard to argue. It's very hard to fight with Choppy. It only took me like 7 years to realize his contrarianism. And then after 7 years, I was like, okay, I'll just laugh at it. I was trying to reason and argue, and then I was like, "What?"
Listen,
what
rule
are you
number
doing?
1. This is a T-shirt. You can't reason with an idiot, and I'm an idiot.
You're not an idiot.
You're a smart
You're just
idiot.
a contrarian.
Smart idiot.
Yeah. Funny idiot.
You like to be
too.
different. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Okay, this is the expressway. This is the beauty of it. We don't have to take any commercials till the end of the hour. So yesterday on the G-Bag KMC Crosstalk, Mike was talking about the problems with the Mavericks, and he was talking about the fact that they can't rebound the basketball. And he was, talking about Charles Barkley and Dennis Rodman, how these great rebounders throughout history. Mike is very detailed. Say what you want about Bassick. When he's talking about basketball and the Mavericks and baseball, I don't know if there's a better listen in the Metroplex. You may not agree with his opinions, but his homework and his thought in detailing it, I believe, is supreme. I could just sit back and listen. And Mike was talking about reading the basketball off the rim, right? How Dennis Rodman would like to study and figure out the ball is going to come up short. It's going to be a high bounce. It's going to be a long bounce. He was talking about how the Mavericks need to rebound better. Well, Broadus apparently had enough, and this is part 2. Part 1 is just basic, and he gave a lot of different solutions. Trade ideas. He wants Russell Westbrook, had the expiring contract, deal Tim Hardaway, JaVale McGee, and others. Had a lot of different solutions. Brian Broadus, though, still was not having it during Cross.
How do you fix it, Mike?
How do I fix it?
How do you fix it?
Because right now, how do I like fix what you're saying, I call up the LA Lakers, and I say, you guys are the worst team in the NBA.
No, how's it? I know you want to trade for a guard. How do you fix the rebounding?
He's working. He's getting there.
Okay.
Because I think.
I'm sorry. I thought you were just going to give me
the money
Westbrook again.
This is how I fix it. If you let me finish, Broadus.
Oh my goodness!
Come on, Mike. I'm coming at you, Mike. This better be damn good. I am going to open up $34 million
because everything you said is just kind of like riding a roller coaster with you every time. It's no really consistency.
So as a general manager, I can't fix it in one move. See, I've made so many horse-ass moves as Donnie Nelson that I now have to try to fix it with years of trying to fix this. I went and got JaVale McGee and Christian Wood. That's not working out as well as I thought it would. So now I'm going to take 3 horse-ass players on my roster, and I'm going to move them to the Lakers, who have 3 years left on their contract, at almost $40 million combined. I'm going to take a 1-year, $47 million guy. Big risk, big reward. But if it doesn't work out, great. I now have $34 million of cap space in the offseason to add a Miles Turner, to add a Dylan Brooks.
I'm asking you, how do you fix it now? How do you fix the team now? I mean, I'm not talking about
with the
something
players
in the future.
Stop.
No,
stop it. Mike is giving solutions. Like, he has a plan.
He is giving solutions.
Broadus is like, how are you going to fix it right now? It's like asking me, how am I going to become 6'4"? Like, the answer is not within the team. I think that's Mike's point.
The answer is not within the team. Now, there are moves you can make. Like the Warriors made a move a couple years ago. We talked about this a lot. You know, they got D'Angelo. They traded KD. They didn't want to trade KD, but they had an asset.
Yeah.
And they traded him for D'Angelo Russell, who they didn't want, but they knew somebody else did. And they could flip him, and they did, for Wiggins and Kuminga. And that revamped and rebuilt their roster.
Yeah.
You can make moves that if you have assets, I bet you somebody would want, Spencer Dinwiddie, Christian Wood, whatever, like somebody might want them, and you can make these moves now to really revamp your roster.
I just feel like Mike is giving his solutions that are very well thought out and detailed. I think Broadus is kind of asking him an impossible question, like, how do you want to fix it right now? How do you want to fix it with what you have? Continue.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. What
I
are
tell
you going to
Luka,
do right
you
now?
got to be Michael Jordan and LeBron James combined when they were 25 years old. I got to ask him to go 40, 20, and 10. Yeah. If he goes 40, 20, and 10, I fix my. If you want a realistic option,
yeah. Christian Wood and all that, you just giving up
no,
on him?
No, I'm not giving up on Christian Wood. Okay, you want me to? Christian Wood, you're playing 35 minutes a night.
I mean, what else are you going to do? What else are you going to do? You're thinking, okay, get rid of, McGee's not going to work. I get it.
Okay.
But how are you going to get better now? That's what I want to know. How do you get better now? I understand.
Christian Wood's going to fix your rebounding. He's going to give you some scoring. You can be a playoff team.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah. I don't get that from him, though. I get like, this team's a bunch of, all that. That's all I get.
No, you just don't listen.
I listen.
You hear what you want to hear.
No, I listen.
You do that with those guys all the time. You just hear what you want to hear, and you don't listen.
No, I listen to you. I listen to you every night. Just, this team's really good. This team's really bad. This team's going to go to the finals. I don't think this team's going to win another damn game. How can I rely on you talking about me not listening? You don't listen to yourself.
Stop it.
Man, he is right. Now, Broadus is right there. There is no middle with Bassett.
No.
It's either this team's winning the finals or I don't know how this team's going to win another game.
Yes.
He is like a teenager who got broken up with.
Yes.
I don't know how I'm ever going to put the pieces of my life back together.
Right.
That's what he is.
And then the next girl hits you up, and it's okay.
And it's like, this one's the one I'm going to marry.
This is the one.
And I will never be alone again.
And it feels like, I didn't talk to either one afterwards. It feels like that's Broadus' like main underlying issue with this.
Yes.
Right? He's not calling Mike out for not turning the current Mavericks into Dennis Rodman and Barkley rebounding the ball. I think he's a little, because Broadus has established some big-time Maverick contacts. So I think maybe subconsciously, maybe he's kind of defending the Mavericks a little bit. Maybe these are all theories. But he's tired of every single day. It's another roller coaster Mike emotion, which I love and many people love.
I love too. It's so wild though.
And it's all legit, obviously.
Mike is a baseball player. Baseball players, like baseball's like the biggest process there is. It is such a long marathon. Like you do not get too high or too low off of any game, any pitch. And that dude is the complete opposite of that. Of what most baseball players will take everything in stride.
He's Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, fly off the handle.
He's Happy Gilmore with the emotions, right? I would love to see Mike playing golf. Have you played golf with Mike when he beat you?
Not beat me.
You play golf with Mike? Is he temperamental, crazy out on the course? Has he thrown a club?
You know, the day we played, he did not make a lot of mistakes. He played relatively mistake-free.
All right.
So I didn't get to see, but I only played 9. They played the full 18. So I didn't see the back 9. I have no idea what he did in the back 9.
All right, this is Bassick versus Broadus yesterday during Crosstalk. Let's replay those last 15, 20 seconds and then continue.
No, I listen to you. I listen to you every night. Just, this team's really good. This team's really bad. This team's going to go to the finals. I don't think this team's going to win another damn game. How can I rely on you talking about me not listening? You don't listen to yourself.
I am listening to myself.
I said earlier every day you come in with a different attitude about this team.
Earlier in the day,
every day,
I said if Christian Wood is able to average 34 minutes a night and finish the games the last 5 minutes where you trust him because he's so good, this team has a chance to be really good. If at the end of the year you're still with Christian Wood at 23 minutes a night and he cannot play the final 6 to 8 minutes of the game, you're a first round out. Luka Doncic, if you follow the NBA as long as I have, Brian, which you haven't, is when you follow the NBA for a long time, guys that are Luka Doncic that are this good, they win 50 games by themselves. In this sport, in NBA basketball, when you have a top 5 player, they will win 50 games. Can they get out of the first round? We saw where Dirk struggled for a long time with that. But once you added Jason Kidd and Tyson Chandler and Sean Marion and Caron Butler and Brendan Haywood and all these guys, it helped out tremendously. Once you got back to Chris Kaman, Elton Brand, all these one-year guys that JaVale McGee being these guys, then you struggle to get out of the first round or even make the playoffs.
Overtime. Overtime. Overtime.
What do you guys?
We need round 2 of Broadus and Mikey B.
I don't know if you're about to change your opening segment. What else you guys got coming up on the show today?
Wow.
That shut up was...
Well, that has to be, that better be a drop in every single, it better be a drop on this show.
Yeah.
Shut up! Instantly in the system.
How do you say that to
I don't think I know for a fact in our 11 year, I don't think that's never happened.
Of course not.
Like a shut up.
No.
Like that's losing a little bit of control there.
Yeah, you okay.
And Bassick and Broadus I think Broadus is provoking him. I take Mike's side on this one.
That might eclipse my son saying that in the car that one time with the audio that we had. It was like, you shut up.
Yeah.
Like that might eclipse that.
Shut up.
We gotta go.
I can't defend him on that, but in terms of like the discussion, it's like nothing that Mike said was going to make Broadus satisfied or happy. Oh man. That was good.
It was very good. I was me and Sarah listened to this last night.
Oh, was she allowed to listen since people were yelling and screaming? Or does she put on her earmuffs? How dare anyone yell? How dare anyone get hype? I know she can't handle it.
She doesn't like when we get hyped. She doesn't like that. It sends her into a tizzy a little bit. But no, she laughed at this. She was like, "Oh my god, I cannot believe this."
All right,
it was uncomfortable.
Whose side are the Tolos taking? Truckwreck.com text line.
Let's see. Mike lost the fight when he turned into a 5-year-old. Broadus should have punched him for yelling at another man like that. Broadus wants a question to them. When they start to answer, he will talk over them. Choppy's sons shut up got replaced with Mike's. The 2011 team was a 6 seed, though. I don't think they were a 6 seed, were they? I thought they were the 3. Let's see. Broadus always talks over everybody. It's that's a lot of that.
I just thought in that discussion, Mike was trying to throw out alternatives and solutions and options, very detailed, but I can understand, right? Someone calling Mike out for the bipolar fan that he is. He's a total bipolar fan. But look, that's the part of the beauty of Mike is the raw emotion that changes every single day. So, play the 15 seconds before that led up to the shut up, Peyton. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. One more time.
No, I listen to you every night. Just, this team's really good. This team's really bad. This team's going to go to the finals. I don't think this team's going to win another damn game. How can I rely on you talking about me not listening? You don't listen to yourself.
I am listening to myself.
I said earlier every day in the show, you come in with a different about this team.
Amazing. I want to know what Spittle said. That's all. I want to know what happened. That's all I want to know.
All I want to know is what happened in the commercial break. That's all I want to know. I guarantee you Spittle didn't say much.
Basic's come at you in the commercial break at times, right?
One time. We got a fight over baseball being boring years ago, which I won the argument.
Yeah, Sean. We should just cancel the game. We should just cancel baseball.
He said, what do you want to do? Like he was Rob Manfred.
He came in here that day.
And he was ready to fight.
He was ready to fight.
And he told me, he goes, I'll beat you, right?
Yeah.
He goes, I'll beat you. And my mentality is, I might lose, but like I'm going to, one of us was going to try to choke each other out. It would have had to end with someone unconscious.
Wait, choke his wrist with those hands?
Oh.
What was your
That'll lead to a fight.
What was your original point? Choke his wrist. Give me my lotion. Let me throw my lotion.
Hey, oh my God, it broke. It splattered everywhere.
Did it?
Yeah. No, it didn't break. But.
All right. Good Lord. I'd be in trouble with that with Tim Collins. Tim Collins. All right. So there it is. Balsic. Bassick versus Broadus. Ballsack versus Broadus in the crosstalk. 5 things RJ wants to see. And let's pick this game. Every Friday at 8, we make the official picks. This time, Cowboys, Packers, Sunday on the Fan. Who wins and why? And the 5 things Choppy wants to see after this.
Well, let's get you over to Diamonds.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, kicking off on a football Friday. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Happy Veterans Day. Huge thanks, as always, to our Tolos. Turn it on, leave it on, but an extra special thank you to those currently listening and serving. And is that why the roads are empty out here?
I think it might be, yeah. And a special thanks to those, obviously, that served and did. The
one job you and I both know we could never do, never have the guts or the toughness. Rule it out.
Cops, fire, service, not a chance. Plumber,
mechanic,
heating and AC.
I think you know how to fix some things.
Yeah, I could YouTube my way through it.
I'm much worse than you. Like, I was asking you about ant advice in a commercial break.
Yeah, like my
lawn maintenance.
Yeah, my check engine light went on. I figured out how to get rid of that. My mass airflow sensor was shoddy. So
how'd you get rid of the check engine?
Well,
mine's been on for 3 years.
So underneath your steering wheel, and I only know this because I had a Crazy X. But underneath your steering wheel, there's a
Would you cut a wire?
No, there's a little port that you can plug something into, right? And you put a tracking device in my vehicle, whatever. We're not upset about it.
Can you do that? Can you put a tracking device by putting it under there?
Yeah, you can. And a lot of people do. It's mainly for kids. So we put one onto my dad's car after I found mine, we put one on my dad's car.
After you found yours?
After I was like, hey, what's this thing here?
What made you reach up under there?
Well, I'll tell you. That's how we'll get to it. So we put one on my dad's vehicle when he had dementia and he was still driving, in case he got lost. We could find out where he was. Well, I go reach under there, and my neighbor had one of these things that you could plug into your vehicle. So what you'll do, when you get your car inspected, they plug in under there into this port.
Yeah.
And I look under there, and there was some device in there. I was like, what's this? And I Google it. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh my Lord.
So, but anyway, I plugged it in, and it gave me a code. And the code was what was wrong with the vehicle. It was like, whatever, N1102, something like that. And I Googled what that was, and it was the mass airflow sensor, which I really don't know what it is. I went to an auto parts store, grabbed the cleaner, took it out, cleaned it, put it back in. And I found that out on YouTube.
Wow.
It's really easy to do and get to.
See, there you go. Can you mount it? Can you put up your own TV?
There's a lot of things I can mount. But yeah, I did put up my TV.
Okay.
Yeah, I mounted that, yeah.
And your own, a ceiling fan?
I've done a million ceiling fans. I can't do ceiling speakers. I couldn't mount speakers in the ceiling because I don't know how to do the wiring and stuff.
But you're advanced. Don't even put
very intermediate.
Let's not say depends advanced. Who you talk to.
Advanced.
Yeah, let's not say advanced.
Well, what about you?
Yes.
Oh, white gloves?
Whoa. I can change a tire. I got that underneath me.
Okay.
I can do that.
You guys have someone on a retainer to come fix things in your house?
Could you put up a TV on the wall and trust it stays?
Yes, it would take me a while, but I think I trust my skills to do that. Speakers, maybe not. Plumbing, probably not my thing.
Okay.
But very beginner intermediate.
All right, it's Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys. Cowboys, Packers, Sunday, noon pregame show, and of course the kickoff with Brad and Babe. Post-game is you're going to have Chiafalo, Zach Wilchuk, and Brian Broaddus. Let's pick this thing. Who are y'all picking and why? Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. I asked Green Bay Packer fan Jared Sandler for a preview. I respect Sandler's knowledge about all the sports, probably more than anyone on the station, and he gave me the comprehensive preview. Now, just so you know for your picks, Vegas has this as a 4.5-point spread, and the over-under is 43. Here's Jared. Going into the year, the Packers thought they could compete at a high level by running the ball and scheming to get inferior pass catchers open and a great defense. None of that happened. Started the year with 6 first-round picks on their defense, including the highest-paid corner in the NFL, Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and then a couple of non-first-round pick Pro Bowlers. On paper, the defense looked elite. Hasn't happened. Now you got Rashawn Gary hurt, huge loss. Secondary was not as good as they should be. Some people have been frustrated with the scheme that doesn't take advantage of their athleticism, led them to get their asses kicked over the middle. Plainly, the defense has looked pedestrian. The passing game has sucked because they're throwing to no one. Their top pick, Christian Watson, only barely been more productive than Jalen Tolbert. Wow. Romeo Doubs will be good, but was inconsistent and now hurt. Their best receiver, Alan Lazard, is best known for his blocking. Robert Tonyan is average at best. And another player they have, DeGara, I think that's how you say it, looks more like a 7th-round pick than a 3rd. Rodgers is not as sharp as last year. Not willing to say that he's totally lost it, not even a year removed from an unreal MVP performance, but so much of his success trusting in his receivers because they've been so good at improvising, pre-snap reads, clear with his decision-making, and hesitancy, it's not on the same page. His accuracy has not been elite like it always has been. The O-line has been a mess. They should be one of the best in the NFL. Bakhtiari has not been the same. Bakhtiari is like their Tyron Smith in every way. Great player, possible Hall of Famer. I think Tyron's probably more of a Hall of Famer, but just banged up, always hurt. And then they have guys that are playing out of position as well. Aaron Jones has been really good, but he can't do everything. A.J. Dillon has not been as good. The backup battering ram running back, much better last year as a two-headed monster. And then you got scheme and play calling issues. Tough to know how much of it is on Aaron or LaFleur, but doesn't seem like they're being as creative as they need to be with their deficiency in talent, especially with the skill position. So there you go. Comprehensive preview from Jared Sandler. What are the 5 things, RJ, that you would like to see? And our Mike McCarthy replay as we're all reunited for Mike's big return to Lambeau at 8:40 this morning.
All right, here we go. Number 1, same level of intensity, like no bye week hangover. That's I cannot stress enough. I was scared going into the bye week. Those final games before the bye, a lot of times you get a team to lay an absolute stinker. They didn't. And I'm hoping that they didn't read their press clippings. Number 2, he doesn't have to get 20, but Pollard more touches. 16, 18 maybe, like somewhere in there.
Bobby Belt seemed like he was saying Zeke was going to play.
Yeah.
As Jerry told you all Tuesday.
Yeah, I want Zeke to have more plays as well. Fewer rush attempts, but, I want him to get as many touches, right? I want to see him get, a similar amount of touches. Number 3, early lead. I think there's a pressure cooker, the Packers. I think they're ready to burst. And I think you get an early lead on them. They will melt down the sideline. They will have their spirit broke. 4, throw to win. Enough with this run first nonsense. Throw early, throw often. You break their spirit with the pass. You take their soul with the run, Peyton. That's what you do. And then finally get to Rodgers. Don't let him sit in the pocket. This pass rush has been elite to start the year. Since week 5, Sam Williams and Fowler are both top 10 in pressure rate in the NFL. Micah and Tank are not. And that's maybe because Micah's a little bit banged up. They're putting a little bit more added attention, and those other guys are getting these opportunities, and they're making the most of them. And this pass rush is so good. I think you can get to Rodgers. He has tried to play hero ball, and that is not a recipe for success.
And Sam Williams, along with Malik Hooker, are likely to play, according to DallasCowboys.com. After missing the Bears game with a foot injury, Noah Brown should be good to go as well. James Washington probably not going to hit the field this week, but indications are he'll be available in the near future. So that's everything you need to know in terms of making your pick. Give it to us with a prediction at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line, I'm going 26-16 Cowboys. I'm not really that worried about this game. It could be worse. The Cowboys could win by even more. Does the spread seem a little too low for you?
It does.
Why is it 4.5?
I don't know. I really don't know. I wonder if they're playing to, they just haven't adjusted for Rodgers yet.
There's 2 things that Atlantic City was questioning that I heard the other day. One is football people, they're not understanding the Tampa Bay. Sharks are jumping on Tampa against Seattle Sunday morning in Germany.
It's 3.5, right? I think it's 3.5.
So all the Sharks are betting Tampa, even though Seattle's been the better team. And then this point spread 4.5. Interesting. I got the Cowboys winning by 10. Green Bay averages 17 a game, and I don't see them getting more than that against this defense. Cowboys win.
So I have the Cowboys winning 28-17. I don't see how Green Bay can keep up with this offense if it's rolling, and the Cowboys defense is very, very good. And the Cowboys pass defense is very, very good. And if they can't pass the football, they ain't going to win this game. Let me read you the point spreads here that the Packers have had and how they haven't adjusted. They're a 4-point favorite against the Lions, 7.5 against the Jets, 9.5 against the Giants, 9.5 against the Patriots. They won by 3. They were only a 1.5 dog to Buffalo. They won by 2. I'm sorry, to Tampa. And then they were a 10.5 point dog to Buffalo. They lost by 10. They haven't really adjusted. Not much. Maybe Buffalo they did a little bit, but for the most part, they've kept it as, man, this is still Aaron Rodgers.
Peyton, what's your pick and why?
So I'm going heavy under on this one, 24-13 Dallas. It's going to be cold weather. Dak doesn't relatively play great in cold weather, so I think that factors in. And I think what a perfect time to play the Packers, a bunch of injuries coming into this week. Cowboys coming off the bye week. I think that helps, but I think Mike McCarthy gets it done, and Cowboys win by 11.
Sandler sent me a little bit more. Ultimately, the Packers have not gotten stops when they need them. They really labor to move the ball down the field. Very little explosion, where last year it seemed like once a game they had to play a 50 or more yards. They were always a threat to drop a 30 or a 40 play on you. Rodgers does not have that deep threat. Cowboy fans freaking out that you lost Amari doesn't even compare to what happened with Devontae Adams leaving. Best they looked this year was probably against the Bills. Even though it was a loss against arguably the best team in football. But in that game, they finally looked to have some offensive fluidity that was centered around running the football. So that's what's going to be another interesting thing. You did some homework on the Cowboys' run defense. Are they just going to try to run it down our throats with Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon? And you're saying the Cowboys' run D is not as bad as we think?
Well, yeah, and I went and I saw this on Twitter. This was sent to us from Atolo, but Mauricio Rodriguez on Twitter posted the NFL ranks of the Cowboys' run defense. DVOA, which is a per-play efficiency, they're 9th. Expected points added per play, they're 10th. And success rate, they're 7th. I don't really know what... There's a few success rates out there. I don't really know which one that he's referencing here. But when I saw that, I was like, huh. Okay. I mean, that's counter to everything I've ever seen, because this run defense is giving up 4.7 yards per carry, which is not good. They're giving up a lot of yards per game, which is not good. They're bottom 3rd in the NFL in both. So, and obviously, there's flaws in everything, and you lack context and everything. But, maybe we've got this in our head that they're a bad unit because the pass defense is so good. It's like when you see an offensive line, you get that one player on the offensive line. Remember, we hammered Doug Free for years. Doug Free was a nice player. Doug Free was just also on the same offensive line with, a couple of Hall of Famers, right? So maybe it was like they look bad because they're standing next to this Adonis of a unit.
Mike McCarthy coming up at 8:40, but it sounds like all happy hours have been canceled for tonight and this weekend. We'll explain with Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to number 1 area.
injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Is it legit or leverage with John Heyman's baseball report yesterday that Jacob deGrom is interested in the Rangers? Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. If you missed Mike McCarthy reuniting with us, getting ready for his return to Lambeau, celebrating his birthday yesterday, we'll bring it to you next, right here on DFW Sports Station. But you and I are both out on Jacob deGrom. You've been insulting him for a long time now. 35 years old, $45 million a year. Can't stay healthy, can't make a number of starts. This team is not a Jacob deGrom or finishing piece away. No, thank you. I wonder if Rangers ownership, I wonder if this would be a ticket grab. And is deGrom just using us for leverage? Is he out for his last big deal, or is he out to actually win a championship? Obviously, the championship is not happening here anytime very soon.
Yeah, I would, if I was a team that was ready to win today, like the Mets, the Braves, Dodgers, Yankees, Astros, Jake deGrom's on my radar. And the Rangers aren't ready to win right now. They're buying an old player that has an injury history, and he does, man. Holy cow. I don't think it's the most wise thing to do. I would not do that.
You think deGrom going to the Hall of Fame?
I don't see how. He's pitched 8 years and right. I think it's 8 seasons. It's 2014, and I mean the last 2 years he's had 26 starts combined in the last 2 seasons. I don't see how you could put him in the Hall of Fame. In order to be in the Hall of Fame with that short of a peak, I mean you better be Sandy Koufax, and he hasn't been Sandy Koufax. He's been great. I mean he's been when he's healthy, he's been very, very good. But he just hasn't been healthy enough. I can't put him in there.
What does Scott Boras mean? Scott Boras was on fire at the opening of the winter meetings. He was on fire. He had an analogy for everything. It was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, he did.
Of course, what does Randy Galloway refer to him as?
The Great Satan.
The Great Satan. So, he was asked about Xander Bogaerts. All these are his clients, right?
Yep.
And he's like, this is the first time teams have had a chance to sign the X-Man. I think they're finding it to be a Marvel opportunity. Xander has a very famous uncle, Humphrey, and he certainly left in his memoirs, kids, there's going to be a lot of teams looking at you. James Paxton, sometimes it's better to take the six-pack than it is to search for the champagne. Carlos Rodon, who has been rumored and connected with the Rangers. Last year, the thinking team chose Rodon, and this year, he has sculpted another masterpiece, and I think in the marketplace, his definition of museum-level art is now clearly understood by the teams. Tywin Walker, he's on an island, and I think the only question is, who is willing Taipei?
Oh, Toupee instead of Taipei. Oh, I get it.
And then the free agent market overall from Boris. Overall, it's very much a carnivore's market. For owners' menus, those are more leaning towards filet and Wagyu than they are to hamburger and vegan. And then on the Rangers spending and free agency, this was his quote. We need y'all to translate. I don't think they're looking at Texas and saying they have bum steers.
Mm-hmm.
That was Scott Boras's quote on the Texas Rangers spending again. What does that mean?
Well, I had to look this up. I didn't remember bum steers. Apparently it's false or misleading info.
But a steer, right? A cattle. Bum. Yes. Does that mean bad cattle?
Yeah, you're saying they've got bum steers when they don't have bum steers. All right. So he's either saying that the people around the league think the roster looks good when it isn't good.
Right.
Or, and that would be false. I don't think people sitting here looking at the roster say, man, this roster looks great. Or the more likely is they're poised to make another big splash, which they probably are. And that's what he means. They're not looking at them like they're not going to make a splash.
The different names. Judge, This is MLB Trade Rumors projections. 8 for 332.
8 for 332.
Correa, 9 for 288. Trey Turner, 8 for 268. Bogarts, the X-Man, 7 for 189. Swanson, Dansby Swanson, 7 for 154. Rodon, 5 for 140. DeGrom, 3 for 135. Verlander, 3 for 120. And then other names, Wilson Contreras, let's see, Josh Bell, Chris Bassett, Jameson Taillon, Andrew Benintendi. These are some of the free agent names.
Wow. A lot of money in there. A lot of years, too.
Look at the spending last year.
Yeah, look at the spending last year. There was a time where it was like we thought we were going away from these 7, 8, 9, 10-year deals, and maybe they're back now. Maybe they're starting to be back a little bit because these are some big deals. But there's some guy. I mean, Judge for 8 for 332. Like, he's going to get 8 years. He'll be 38 when that thing's over. I'd much rather give him 8 than 10. He's a great athlete. He should be there, playing at a high level for at least 5 of those 8 years. Trey Turner's the wild one. He's so good, and he had such a monster year. I can't imagine, a team not wanting Trey Turner. He's got speed. He's a great base runner. Hits the ball really, really well. Good fielder. I mean, he's the package.
Why is happy hour canceled tonight and this weekend?
Well, because Gen Z has canceled happy hour.
Gen Z sounds like the worst.
They sound like they are absolutely no fun.
They wanted to cancel the thumbs up emoji.
They canceled the thumbs up emoji because it's a little bit too intense for them.
Okay.
But Gen Z, they are concerned, very much concerned, and I like this. They're very much concerned with a work-life balance. Okay? They don't want to work.
They don't want to work, period.
They don't want to work, period.
Yeah.
But they also don't want work to interfere with their ability to enjoy life. I like that. However, they're taking it to a level that is beyond that. And part of that stance is they do not want to socialize with colleagues.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So it's not like they're canceling.
Separate work.
They're not canceling happy hour like going to happy hour with your neighbor. They're canceling happy hour like leaving work and having somebody in the cube next to you and say, hey, you want to go grab a drink? They got, $5 margaritas.
Right.
That's what they're canceling. They're saying, I've gone out with coworkers. 90% of the conversation is centered around work or work gossip, and that's toxic. No, It's not. It's not toxic. It's great. You know what the best part?
No, you believe in that. You believe in that.
Well, no.
You told me in Fish and Oxstar, no work talk at the table.
That was 10 o'clock at night. We were drunk. Right after work, I think it's okay. The number one thing, the number one fear at work is not going to work lunch. What happens at work lunch? You talk about other people at the office.
Gossip.
And if you're not there, you're getting talked about. And this is where Gen Z is not playing the long game. They're missing out, man. Yeah, after work hours, 8 o'clock at night, fine. I don't want to talk about work. At lunch, you've got to go. You've got to go to that work lunch. You've got to go to that work happy hour because if you're not there, they're going to talk about you. Okay, you want to make sure that nobody talks about you, so you've got to go to that happy hour.
So there it is. They're trying to cancel another thing, the happy hours with the coworkers. I mean, with this group of people, when you work at a sports talk station, those are some of the best times. You get out with a bunch of guys, with the testosterone and the adrenaline flowing, and there you go, pounding shots, getting the drinks. Chiafalo talking about coming up here for our gummy day, for our gummy show.
Baby. Yeah, he's going to go up here.
All right, we are live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. RJ's Degenerate Picks. He started off 5-0 if you're trying to make some football money this weekend. He was 5-0 starting off last week. We'll get to those at 9. Nick Eatman is heading to Lambeau Field. He will join us at 9:20 this morning. Truckwreck.com text line, by the way, for the Cowboy picks. Was everyone pretty much on board with the Cowboys, or were they fearing a trap game loss?
Almost everybody picked the Cowboys by a large margin.
All right, if you missed it earlier, it's become must-listen radio We're talking about coffee. We're talking about reuniting. We're talking about his birthday. We're talking about RJ gambling. And we're talking about Aaron Rodgers, Lambeau Field, and Odell Beckham with the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, on Sean and RJ next.
What year are we in here?
We've been waiting for this for 2 weeks. The radio golden magic has not been the same.
No, it hasn't.
I heard in Mike McCarthy's voice, the energy got sucked out of him when he heard that you were not on the show a couple weeks ago in Vegas.
Yeah.
I think he heard that I was out last week, so he canceled, didn't come on with you. So now all three of us are finally back together again. It's the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. Doing well. Just when you think you've heard it all, you come up with something different. That was unique. That was very unique.
Try.
Well, I mean, kind of like
reunited. Here we go.
And you were missing us, as I just suggested, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really curious to hear about Vegas. If we have some time for a little recap here, RJ.
I mean, we got plenty of time. I gambled for maybe an hour, and I want a bag, man. I dominated the craps table. It was amazing. It was a lot of fun. But I've never done Vegas this way. I drank most of the time instead of gambling. I didn't gamble much. Very different. No strip clubs.
Okay. Well, at least you're honest. I mean, I thought you were going to just tell me you just went to nothing but the shows and stayed, just did all the family stuff. But.
No shows. No shows.
All
no
the family
shows.
stuff.
All the family stuff.
What did you do during your bye week, Coach?
Family stuff. No,
family
I just frankly, the kids were in school, so just took them to school in the morning and actually came in here and just worked on self scout. It was I think just like anything, you just need some time to yourself to get back through some things. But it was great. I got high school football Friday night, some volleyball practices and things like that. But had good family time. And
happy birthday to you yesterday, right?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you. 59. It's getting up there a little bit.
Man, the difference between we've all been reading the profile pieces and your return to Lambeau and all that. The difference between you just as a coach or a person now today with the Cowboys versus when you were back there with the Packers.
Oh, I think the obvious would be just because the experiences that I've been so blessed to go through. Just I would say wisdom. I just think it's like anything in life, personally and professionally. I think it's important to listen and learn and apply. And I would say that as I look back on my time there, thankful for that. But I mean, this is an incredible opportunity I have here with the Dallas Cowboys, and as a family, we're really enjoying it. And this football team, we have a chance to be special.
How about the family time aspect, Coach? We had Jimmy Johnson on yesterday, and I grew up around Joe Gibbs as he had a cot there at the Washington facilities, and I saw an article where you were talking about you realize, hey, I've missed too much time away from the family, and I can do both. I can adjust. Would you tell a new coach that coming in, you don't have to sleep here 24/7? You can do both.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and part of it too is technology. Just the access that you have. I mean, frankly, the pandemic, really taught me that, that you can do so much more virtually, and things like that. So yeah, there's so many more components to our industry that make it more family friendly. I came into the NFL in 1993, so I slept at the office 2 or 3 nights a week, and I mean that was just part of the the process back then, and that's what, especially as a young coach, you didn't have access to information, everything wasn't computerized, and frankly, if you weren't in the meeting, you didn't get the information. So I mean it was just a different era of how you had to learn, grow, and move forward as a coach, and and as a young coach with a newborn and things like that. I mean, it was not the best family plan, that's for sure.
We know that you hate the spotlight and hate the storyline, all about you going back to Lambeau. Has this week, with all the reflection and all the questions and all the memories, and we know you got family coming in and the birthday, has this week been more or less enjoyable for you than game prep other weeks?
I think that's a complex question, just to be honest. That's why I think, this time that I get to been with the both of you because it's always about you guys.
Right.
And, it's just, and I really enjoy that. So it's refreshing. I mean, frankly, I could sit on here an hour right now, but no, I think it's, I think it's important because it's what I believe in as a person too, and especially in this league. And I think it's something that, you ask from every player and coach and support staff. We're all from somewhere, and we're all from someone. And I think, the ability to connect and together, those experiences and all that are part of a group of people coming together and connecting and growing to win a championship. And I really believe that. And this week has really heightened that because I've had to answer those questions, and I had to reflect on the things in the past, and I was very fortunate to have success up there. But it's like anything. Was able to coach a lot of great players, and we had some unbelievable teams and good memories. But it really goes back to staying in the moment, and I'm just trying to apply everything I can from a wisdom aspect to go win a game, because as we talk about this every week, it's so damn hard to win a football game in this league. Every single game is so difficult. So if anything, it's heightened my focus, and I'm really glad that I was able to have the bye week, because it gave me a chance to really get ahead on a number of things, just to make sure that I'm doing my part and being the best I can this week for our football team.
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. While we would love to believe that genuine tone that you just gave us about spending all this time with us, I think it'd be further proven if you gave us the Rob Domofsky treatment.
Right.
As we had him on yesterday.
Okay.
And,
what's the Rob Domofsky treatment?
The Rob Domofsky treatment is 10, 15 years down the road, you're giving me and Choppy a phone call asking about our kids playing basketball.
Where's my call?
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, you gotta, I'm a good listener. You gotta share too. I mean, you guys are, so business all the time. I mean, maybe you two need to loosen up a little bit.
Coach.
Hey, that's all part of the relationships that you have in this business. Yeah. So, I think honestly, all three of us, we got some work to do.
We do have some work to do.
I'm on my third cup of coffee. Trust me, I couldn't be any looser right now than I am. All right.
Coach, was it a good time for the bye, health-wise, with the rest of your team?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, you can always see it, too. I mean, their energy Monday, and it's frankly something you learn, through experience. You got to keep that Monday practice short and at the right tempo, because these guys came back in the building with tremendous amount of energy and juice to get going. So it's been really, really good for us, and I think our guys did a great job getting away. I mean, just being here every day. There's a lot of guys were in here Monday through probably Thursday, but everybody pretty much got away for the weekend. So I think that it was very beneficial for us.
Coach, what have you noticed is different, wrong, if you want to say, with Green Bay's offense and with Rodgers, if anything?
Well, I would say, it's just like anything in this league. I mean, just, watching the last game against Detroit, I mean, you watch it live. I mean, one of the things that's so difficult, and this is being Captain Obvious, but when you start losing players, during the course of the game, and, they're in and out, and because that always goes to, now your younger players are playing more, and, you're in a loud opponent's stadium and so forth. So, I mean, that's why I think you have to look at everything. But when you sit down and watch the tape, it's their offensive line has had a number of different combinations almost weekly that they're playing, and that's a challenge. We knock on wood. I hope we've been through that in my first 2 years, but the quarterback is dangerous. I mean, just the way Aaron plays the position, the things that he does that don't show up in the in the statistics. The cadence, the ability to try to generate a free play. His application of information at the line of scrimmage is unique. I mean, if this guy's listening and really has a great understanding of football and has since a young age. So, and that's a challenge for a defense. And so, what does that mean? It means we got to just make sure we're really on top of our own P's and Q's and make sure our communication is tight, and we're just one step faster than we need to be.
We were just talking a minute ago. There's reports out there that some of his receivers are upset, and he feels like he's getting scapegoated. what kind of how is he around his teammates? Like, what kind of a teammate is he? Is he one of these guys that he gets in your face? I mean, his body language obviously looks sometimes to be a little bit off-putting, if you will. But like, what kind of a teammate is he?
I mean, my experience, and obviously, 13 years. I mean, he's, this is what 18 years now for him. I mean, this is a long time. But he's got a great sense of humor. He's a practical joker and things like that. So he's was always very active in the locker room. I've seen other guys that were a little more removed, but no, he was always very active. But especially in the later years, he's really, I always felt that he did a really good job with younger players, as far as, in the meeting rooms, the extra time, talking through things. So, I can't really comment on the reports you talk because I'm not in tune with that. But, let's be honest, when things are good, when you win, everything's good. And when you don't win, then there's something wrong. There's something dramatic, and people pick at it. And, that's how professional sports goes, and that's just all part of the journey and part of the challenge.
Coach, I saw where you were watching a ton of Packers games and saying where, hey, maybe I can give something different to my assistants as we're all scouting. When you analyze a team that you're much more familiar with, can you get a lot more out of that? Does it really, really elevate your scouting, knowing a team that well? It has to, right?
Well, the thing you just try to give your players, because at the end of the day, this is a player's game, and we can never lose sight of that. And you're always trying to heighten their instincts and awareness in every game from game plan. But the other opponent, the other side of this is that they understand that too. So, and I'll say one thing about Green Bay, they've done a nice job with their self scout. You can, as you go through their offense, defense, and they've now made a commitment to special teams that has not been there for quite some time. So, this is a very, very dangerous football team. So, but yeah, the things of how you operate. I think that the biggest thing we got to be on top of as far as our defense against their offense is just don't give them any free plays. Because his ability to utilize the cadence and all those things I've already talked about.
Mike McCarthy, presented by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. We begged you, pleaded with you to let Micah be the edge. Wisely, you listened to our football expertise. Yes.
Hey, I mean, your film study is impeccable.
You have no idea about how good. You have no idea how great my film study is. Can we do the same and get 20 carries from Tony Pollard?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you. Well, I don't want to give away the game plan right now, but that's an excellent idea.
Coach, how do you feel about the balance between the two and the way it's working right now with that combo that you have?
Oh, blessed is the way we're so blessed to have two outstanding running backs, and if you've ever called plays in this league, I mean, the ability to get in and out of schemes and personnels and situational offense with both Zeke and Tony is such such an advantage. So yeah, we're very, very fortunate to have those guys. And the biggest thing is trying to, most important, get those two their touches. But the reality is it gives us a chance just to go attack the defense and not really worry about who's in the game.
How do you, as a coach, how do you weigh the one guy who may give you more explosive plays, big play opportunities, but the other guy is supposed to be really, really great in pass protection, which is huge in today's NFL? Like, how do you kind of weigh the two?
Well, I don't look at it the way everybody, I think, wants to look at it. It's not one against the other. It's the benefit of having both of them. I mean, obviously Tony's numbers, speak for themselves and his style of running. But, the thing about, especially in a game like we're getting ready to play here on Sunday, there ain't too many people want to tackle Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, let's be honest. I go back to the first time I saw him play in 2016 up there. I mean, he come ripping past our sideline. I was like, holy hell! Look at the size of the head on this guy. I mean, he's a powerful runner. So and that's those are things that don't show up on this stat sheet. But Zeke brings a toughness and attitude You talk about a great teammate. There's so many other great qualities that he has that, that did not show up on, rushing attempts.
Coach, we'll let you go with this big story that just gets louder every day with Odell Beckham. In all our years doing this, we have not heard the Cowboys talk so openly about a player that they want. I think it shows a lot about your locker room that the receivers yesterday were like, absolutely, bring him in, and Zeke and Micah Parsons, and you even commenting with positive remarks about Odell Beckham. How do you feel about what he would add to you guys and where things possibly stand with it?
Well, I think, first I'd like to just compliment our locker room. I think it just shows you how these men are wired. I mean, it's about winning. And, I think it also shows you, this is not a 11-on-11 football, game. I mean, you have to have, 15, 16 starters, on offense and defense and special teams. So, that's a big part of it. But yeah, Odell, I've always had, such great respect for him, just the way he plays. And, and I've worked with a number of coaches over the years that have worked with him. And those are things, because, you watch a guy play on, tape, and obviously his play speaks for itself. I mean, he's a dynamic impact type player. But, I've heard nothing but great things about him and what he brings to the locker room and the type of teammate he is and the way he interacts with the support staff and so forth. Those things are important to me. And I think it shows in our locker room. So I think we all just think he'd be an excellent fit here.
And do you have any mental tricks to not break down emotionally when you step on that choppy? You got something he could picture, or any mental tips for Coach so he doesn't break down Sunday afternoon?
I'm a softie too sometimes when it comes to nostalgia. Just let it out. I don't want you crying on the sideline. I want you tearing up, getting emotional.
That's your recommendation?
Yeah, just let it out. Just let it out. I know. But I'm a softie as well when it comes to nostalgia. I really am.
Hey, Sean, you need to check his coffee.
Well, look, man, we missed you. It hasn't been the same. Happy birthday. We can't wait to watch you guys on Sunday. And best of luck, Coach, reliving all the memories. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys.
Turn it up.
Have a good weekend.
Turn it up on him, Peyton. There we go. Mike McCarthy here every Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Choppy says that we can make some money off this game Sunday at Lambeau Field. Let's make some money off the entire NFL and college football schedule with the degenerate final hour of a Football Friday next on The Fan. Well, look.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, it is fist pump time here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. RJ representing. I'm not seeing it very strongly from Peyton. Ryan, nothing. And our TVs just went out as it looks like the rain has started.
Yeah, it looks pretty nasty out there, doesn't it? We're looking west right now, towards AT&T Stadium from Dallas, and it looks nasty outside.
Things are getting a little interesting on the station today. The boss just sent us this. We already talked about the Wheel of Cheese. Come in here real quick, Corey Majors. Gavin Spittle just texted. Stephen Jones on with G-Bag at 3. They're going to play Operation Trivia. Just like the board game, if they get a Packers or Cowboys question wrong, they're going to be shocked by Sparky. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is.
That's the operations guy.
Oh.
His name is Sparky.
Sparky.
So they shock him.
Okay, so people are getting shocked today at 3 o'clock. Stephen Jones, and then Operation Trivia for a Cowboys-Packers quiz game. Corey Majors, what is going on with you all? And is that the bag of cheese right there?
Here's the bag of cheese, gentlemen. I got a Saint Agur Bon Grain. Not a clue what's inside that. There you go. Chop, you can check that one out.
Dude, did I see a 9 on that price tag all the way across the room? I didn't see that.
$9.30.
For that little thing?
Yeah.
Oh, you went to
Central Market.
Central
yeah.
Market.
Well, and I talked to our Chef Blythe Black. I don't know if you know who she is.
I don't.
She was on Beat Bobby Flay, and she ran a restaurant for a while now. She has a catering business. She is donating a 5-course dinner to Peace-a-thon this year. And we were talking about crazy cheeses because the cheeseheads are the Packers, and we want to take down the Packers, so we're sacrificing our smells and our stomachs to the wheel.
Bro, this is $30 a pound.
Yes.
So wait, is this supposed to taste bad?
Smell it.
She sent me the list of the worst cheeses in the world. I went to Central Market. He was like, yeah, these are funky. Like, these are funky, smelly, bad cheeses.
Central Market's cheese section is intimidating, too.
You
can't even...
crap. That one hit the floor.
That hit the microphone and the floor.
Limburger has always been the cheese that I was just like, because cartoons told us Limburger's the smelliest cheese in the world. We found another one. We found a different cheese. It's called...
They mentioned it in Rookie of the Year.
It's called, hold on, I was looking up lyrics to a song by a band earlier.
This is White Stallion, a White Stilton. With mango.
I'm the White Stallion.
Mango ginger
summer. Oh my God, man. This is $9.60. I'm gagging off of that.
Yeah. Kasu Marzu is a cheese that's sometimes spelled Kazu Marzu, also called traditional Sardinian cheap milk cheese that contains live insect larvae. So
wait a second. You just said cheap sardine larva insects, I think, in the same description.
Something like that. So that was kind of where we started looking for that. We got one that's got these amazing, crazy spices on it. We're supposed to eat the outside of it.
I know why this is bad, because it says British. No food from Britain's ever been good,
Raw
right?
Taleggio, and then some raclette. I don't know how to say all these names. Roquefort.
Racketam.
Bro, they better be expensing this for you.
And then a bunch of just different, like, random stuff. I brought the receipt, so we'll figure it out. And then
$76 over under.
85.
Oh, is that mozzarella?
And then some mozzarella. Super simple. So we'll put all these on the wheel. Kevin, myself, Colby Sapp will all spin today.
Colby?
And maybe, I don't know, is it Joey or... Yeah, Joey's in there. So Joey, we're going to have him be part of it today, too.
Did you say Colby?
Yeah, Mike's out for his birthday today. So you're doing Crosstalk. So Colby was going to hop in at 1 o'clock with us today.
Wow.
And he loves cheese. And so he's gonna sacrifice his smells and his tongues for the Packers today. We're the best Cowboys fans, all right? Like, nobody can top this. I would have thrown the Aaron Judge ball back. Nobody would do this kind of cheese sampling with us. So we'll do it today at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock with the KNC masterpiece with no Mikey B. Now, what was Crosstalk commercial like after the fight?
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, we'll save it for Cross.
All right, that sounds good.
We'll save it for our Cross. We can talk about Mike since he's not here. 9:40, Bassick versus Broadus. My Lord.
I don't smell anything on this one.
Which one is that?
This is the one that made you gag.
You got a honker, too.
I do.
Look at this, 960 white still with
You're
mango
welcome to come up at 1 and sample all these with us, Sean. I know you like to. You're a foodie, so I mean, it'll be nice today. It's not going to be that rainy.
Very treacherous out there on the road.
People are saying it's pronounced Rochefort. Rochefort.
There you go. Yeah, that's the guy corrected me. By the way, I want to shout out Joshua at Central Market. 12 years plus service there, and that dude killed it yesterday. Thank you very much, Joshua.
There it is. That is going to be must-listen radio. Thank God I missed this Monday meeting this week because it sounds like all these shows were told to either throw up or get zapped.
Something like that.
For Packer Week.
Couple of things here. Insect larva means maggots. And another one saying that larva cheese is the most dangerous cheese in the world and is actually illegal. It can't be illegal. They bought it at Central Market.
They bought it at Central Market.
I mean, they bought it at a high dollar HEB. I don't know how illegal it is.
That's right. All right, let's make some money off of this weekend. You started off 5-0 last week with your football picks. RJ Choppy with his college and NFL degenerate selections.
Not only did I finish off 5-0, I ended 7-1-1.
Wow.
Thanks, Minnesota, for the tie.
Season tally?
I can't add that high. It's over 500. Not much over 500, but over 500. Here we go. 5 NFL, 4 college selections. Which would you like first?
Let's go college.
All right, 4 college selections, 4 underdog selections in college football.
Whoa.
Number 1, Maryland plus 10.5 at Penn State. The Terps plus 10.5. West Virginia Mountain Mama plus 7.5 at home against Oklahoma. Give me Virginia plus 5.5 at home against Pitt. And San Diego State plus 2.5 at home against San Jose State.
Vegas sent me some latest college numbers from Bet Online. Heisman favorite, C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
C.J. Stroud is the favorite. Georgia is the favorite to win the national championship as of today. And I have another Godson offer made from college football.
I saw that.
Boston College.
Oh, Mark Colombo.
First.
Chestnut Hill. Oh, look at this. All these Boston fans here.
So first it was Vanderbilt, Sonny Dykes, Joey McGuire, waiting for you. There's still time, coach, before he commits. First it was Vanderbilt with the full ride offer, and now Boston College.
Oh, yeah. Go play there with Matt Ryan and Gosta Cherilus, whatever his name was.
Now, that's not a decision between those two, right?
Between BC and Vandy, you go Vandy.
Vandy.
Yeah, you would go Vandy.
Because it's the SEC?
Probably because it's the SEC. Yeah, BC is... I mean, they're having a better year than they have in maybe the last 15 years. They've been pretty bad lately. But...
is this their song?
This is it.
This is BC's song?
This is theirs.
Okay.
For Boston.
It's called For Boston.
Well, that's just the lyrics that popped up on my screen.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called.
BC just sounds like so uppity.
BC?
Boston College.
What about Vandy?
Yeah, well, Vandy's an uppity school. Boston
All I can
College,
picture is Jay Cutler's stupid hair.
Oh, he will have to change his hairstyle.
Well, all these kids have that type of style now.
Oh, they do? Yeah, they get the Bama bangs or the Jake Paul. Yeah, he's got to get croquis. Wear those croquis.
Yeah.
No doubt about it, man.
All right. Let's continue. NFL picks.
NFL. Tennessee minus 2.5 against Denver. Can't believe they're only 2.5 points.
2.5?
Yeah.
The Titans have been on fire. No one's talking about it.
No one, and even with Malik Willis. Detroit plus 3 against Chicago. Give me the Lions there. KC minus 9.5 at home.
Now, Chicago, man, that Cowboy game seemed to turn, at least in my mind, the respectability factor on them. I picked up Justin Fields in fantasy before last week.
It's going to be a shootout.
And he put up like 48 points for me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a shootout. Neither team can stop a nosebleed. You might just see points on points on points. KC minus 9.5 against Jacksonville. Chargers plus 7 against San Fran.
The Chargers, again,
they're tough.
Irrelevant, not being talked about. I don't know if they're tough. I don't know what they are.
No, they're tough to figure out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're tough to figure out. Not they're a tough team. They're not a tough team. Or maybe they are. I don't know what the hell. And then finally, Cowboys minus 4.5 against Green Bay. There's your selections. I'll put them up on Twitter at RJ Choppy. The spelling of that is Mr. Wonderful.
I have, that's probably trademarked by the guy on Shark Tank. I have some other prop bets for you around the sports world. Next, full-time head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, Mike Kafka, Giants offensive coach. He's the favorite in Vegas. Then Jeff Saturday, then Greg Roman, then D'Amico Ryans, then Kellen Moore, and then at 100-1, Pat McAfee. Next head coach fired. Any guesses? Peyton, you can chime in as well.
Next head coach fired. Cliff.
It is Cliff Kingsbury. See some of the audio coming out from the Hard Knocks? Man, that thing feels like a mess.
It does feel like a mess.
Kyler and Hopkins on the sidelines. We were getting text messages the other day from someone regarding Kingsbury saying that it's a dumpster fire.
It is.
He's gone.
They're fighting on the sidelines and everything, and I mean, it's just, you know, you got Cliff's biggest worry is this a double XP weekend or not? Like, what kind of game plan? We have to devise a very rudimentary game plan for Kyler Murray on double XP weekends.
You're saying it is, Peyton?
I think it is. Yeah.
What is double XP?
Like power up, right?
Yeah, it's like each kill you get double the points and stuff for, and you just level up the battle pass quicker so you can play along in the game. I mean, nothing crazy, but it's an exciting time for hardcore gamers.
But it's basically that every weekend.
Basically,
a double XP weekend, right?
So if he loses, his record continues to plummet.
All right, let's see. Hang on, let me tell you. You weren't on this text chain. I messed up. The dysfunction is there in Arizona. Cliff doesn't even run practice. Vets dictate everything. Cliff just stands back. Kyler and Cliff can't stand each other. There's one incident where Cliff was trying to celebrate with Kyler after a play. Kyler just brushed him off. If they lose this week, everyone is checking out. They just want to finish the season and get out. This is from inside Arizona with a source.
This is bad. This is getting bad. I can't. And you're not going to get rid of Kyler.
Right.
You just signed him to a major deal, so this is Cliff. Cliff's on the way out.
Aaron Rodgers' next team, if not Green Bay.
Retirement.
Next team, if not Green Bay.
San Fran.
Not even on the list.
Seattle.
No.
Next.
AFC.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, did you say Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
Not even on the list.
No.
How about
the team of... I'll give you one more guess.
Raiders.
Not the Raiders. I'll give you the team of the rotating quarterbacks that are veterans. Who always brings in a veteran.
Indy. Yeah.
Indy's the favorite, then the Commanders, then the Lions, then Jets, Saints, Panthers, Bucks, Giants, Falcons. All right?
Could you imagine if Tampa has Brady retire and they bring in Aaron Rodgers?
Right?
Go over Brady to Rodgers?
Where does Odell Beckham sign? The Dallas Cowboys are the favorites at 5-2. Then the Packers, then the Bills, then the Giants.
What are the Packers? The Cowboys are 5-2. What are the Packers?
7-2.
Wow, that's close. That's way closer than I would expect.
Which division will finish with more wins? You can bet on this. Bet online. AFC East or NFC East? The NFC East currently has 24 wins. The AFC East has 23. The AFC East has played 2 more games so far. Which division will finish with more wins?
I'm gonna. Whoa!
Hello.
That was. I don't know that I've ever seen a lightning strike in the room like that.
I mean,
that was crazy. How's the power still on?
I don't know. That was scary. Like,
I hope that didn't get us on the fan cam.
I think RJ jumped a whole 2 inches.
Well, I saw it like in the monitor, like behind me. I thought it hit me in the face.
He does everything in 2 inches in the face.
Wow.
The NFC East, according to Vegas, will finish with more wins. All right, slightly more than the AFC East.
Okay, that's actually surprising to me because the Commanders are going to bring this whole thing down, and the Giants are eventually going to taper off. Now the question is, are the Jets also going to taper off?
Right.
And are the Patriots?
But if the Cowboys are going 15-2, RJ, hold on. Vegas might have been listening.
Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Ryan running things behind the scenes on YouTube, Twitch, and the fan cam. He is heading out to Lambeau Field, and we have Zeke, We have Micah. We got McCarthy. We got Jerry in on Odell. But what about the wideouts? What about the guys whose playing time may be threatened? CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup on the possibility of Odell Beckham. Let's talk about it with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next. But
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Nick Eatman getting set to join us from DallasCowboys.com. Are you drumming?
Yeah, I am. I'm just, the rain. I feel like I
excited over the rain?
No, I'm not excited over the rain. I would have liked to have played golf today. That's not going to happen. But, I feel like, I don't take naps much anymore during the week, and I feel like, today might be a good day for a nap.
Very good day. Perfect day for a nap. Is it a perfect idea for these Cowboy receivers to want Odell Beckham to join their meeting room, their position group? Here's CeeDee Lamb asked about the possibility yesterday.
My reaction? Oh, that's my boy. I'm a fan of Odell for sure. I feel like here, why wouldn't you want to add, more firepower to this offense?
Some would take the Odell talk as, well, he's a number one receiver, and they consider you a number one receiver. You've taken it, just bring him on. Why do you have that attitude?
Why do I have that? I mean, MG's a number one receiver also, and I feel like we had three number one receivers my rookie year. So, I mean, why not get back to that?
And then Michael Gallup was on the NFL Network, and they asked him about Odell.
And 6 and straight 7. There's really
yeah. What was that?
Oh, that's
lightning.
Not good.
Lightning.
That's lightning.
We were wondering how's the power still on? It sounded like it just fried things. Do we have Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com? Nick?
What's up, guys?
There he is. Sounds like even more people are on board with Odell. Are you surprised at all that even the receivers are like, yeah, bring him in, let's do it?
I'm not surprised by that. No, it's this is all nice and good and you're right. It doesn't matter about a number one receiver. I mean, they're right. You could call him a number one. I mean, that's just for us to say. Like, nobody ever goes out and says, I'm wearing the number one jersey. It's not like the Tour de France where you have the yellow jersey. Like, it doesn't matter in the season. When it matters is when it's time to do the contract. Like, all this sounds good. CD can say that, and I applaud him for saying that, because what else is he going to say at this moment? But like I keep saying, the minute if they pay Odell and they have to pay him money for basically what he has done and not what he's probably going to do, that's always been the rub when it comes to these players like this. Great players, but are you paying for what they've accomplished and what they feel like they are, or what they're going to do in the future? And I think as soon as they pay Odell big-time money, it is going to stir the pot of what happens here. We've paid Gallup. We got to pay CD at some point, and that's where I think it's going to get interesting, not necessarily right now.
Do you think this is going to happen?
I'm going to say no, because because I'm still just going back to the guy that caught that pass against the Cowboys 8 years ago, and like what a freak player that is, and what a great player that would be to have on the team, and to think that he's actually going to be on the team, that still seems kind of crazy. But I do believe in the smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire, and all that stuff. And I think that this is serious, but it's one of those things, like, I'll believe it when I see it, and I can't wrap my head around that this is going to happen. I think they want to. I think the players want to. I think he probably wants to. That would just be so ridiculous that actually does happen.
Would you move them up in contender status?
I mean, they're up. They're already up to me. I mean, to move them up, sure. I mean, yeah, it's still, I don't think it's going to move them up in, like, the NFC standings. I mean, I think they're going to be fifth. I think they're going to be the fifth seed in the NFC. There's no way around it. They could be the second best team, and they could be the best team. I just have a hard time thinking at this point that they could pass the Eagles. So it is what it is. They're going to be the 5th seed. That means they probably have to go three road games, but you never know. And, can they win them? And does he help them win? I think so, because I think him in the slot or him outside as opposed to Noah Brown or James Washington or whoever, I think he merits more, the defense is going to get more attention on him because of who he is. And I think he deserved that. And I think that's why you put him on your team, because it just gives you more weapons.
If they do or don't get him, but depending on what they do, does that give you an idea of they truly like the formula of run first, or if they get him, that means they want to be a pass first team?
I don't think that they ever want to say that. I don't like, honestly, like I hear you guys talk about that a lot, and a lot of media guys talk about it, but I don't think they ever think that they want an identity. They don't want to be a run first, pass first. Even though sometimes you could say, all right, well, look how you're building your team. Look at your offensive line. Look at your running backs or your receivers or whoever it is, quarterback. But I think that they feel like they could be a balanced team. And right now they're a little bit better at running than they are passing. I think they're just trying to get more weapons that make sense. But let me say this. I just thought of something. It kind of goes back to the last question. Yes, I think Odell helps them. But if he signs with another team in the NFC, I wouldn't change what I think about the Cowboys or that team's chances or whatever. So I got to go back and go, all right, well, I think he's going to help. But if he doesn't sign with the Cowboys and he signs with a rival, say he signs with the Eagles, it would be like, all right, well, I mean, that's just another guy, that they have to deal with. I guess I don't want to be hypocritical in that. Yes, I think he helps, but I wouldn't think that season's lost if he signs with another team that you have to face him.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory hotline from DallasCowboys.com. You are making the trip to Lambeau Field. Is the aura still there? How many times have you been, and how is it different from all the other venues, if it is?
It looks like, it looks like the biggest high school stadium you've ever seen. And that is an absolute not a disrespect to them. It's just the fact because it's the one level, it's just one level up all the way. And it's like the Big House, I think. I haven't been to Michigan, but that's what it kind of seems like, or Notre Dame, those stadiums where it's just, there's not like third level. There's probably not a lot of elevators going on there.
None.
But I love it that you're just driving in and you're like, oh, there's Fred's Warehouse, and then there's Whataburger, or not Whataburger, but I'm trying to stay on brand
White Castle.
here. Right. But no, and then you're like, oh, and then there's Lambeau, and then it's just kind of like all right there. And I guess you could say the same for AT&T Stadium. You're going down to Collins there, but it just got a different feel to it. And yeah, I counted the other day, I want to say like 7 times.
Well,
yeah, maybe. 6 or 7. It's in the first year I was there was 2004. So, Vinny versus Brett Favre. So, things have changed a little bit. Yeah, but the Cowboys have won twice that I've been there, 16 and 2008. But for the most part, it hasn't been good. And of course, we all remember the 14.
Yeah, I don't remember
that game. Oh, you don't remember it?
No.
There's so many plays in that game. Everybody remembers the big one, of course, but there's so many other plays that it's like if that happened, the Cowboys probably win this game, and we're talking like third quarter, early fourth, but.
I'll tell you, like we all focus on the Dez catch. What are you doing throwing a 35-yard pass on 4th and 2 anyway?
I know Beasley was open over the middle.
Yep.
And that keeps it going. I've said this probably on here before. What bothers me the most about that game, because I still think Rodgers is going to drive down the field. What bothers me the most about the game is that they didn't fix the clock. The Cowboys lost 40 seconds of the clock because after the clock went all the way down because they called it a catch. So the clock is running. Then McCarthy throws the flag. They go back. They look at it. They say, no, incomplete pass. They never change the clock back to what it should have been if it was an incomplete pass. So 35 seconds, 40 seconds, does that matter? Well, it does, because they ended up running out the clock, and it was like fourth down when they were kneeling down the ball, or third down when they were kneeling down. So, yeah, the Cowboys could have got the ball back, and that could have changed if they would have got those seconds. But I mean, that's just another little part of it. You know, McCarthy thinks, I got Aaron Rodgers. We're going to go win the game. And I don't know if I disagree with him.
Give us your game keys and your pick for Sunday.
I think this is one of those where, you know, you say it all the time. I think it's even more important this year than this game than ever about jumping on them early, because you got guys in the locker room saying, "What, we suck because we suck." I mean, like that. That's what one of the Packers players said, and you know, they're lost 5 in a row. They lost to the Lions, and for them, that's a huge deal. For anyone, that's a huge deal. But definitely for the Packers, you know, losing to the Lions, and so they're having doubt. If the Cowboys can say, "Yeah, you do suck," or "Yes," in these doubts that you have, yes, exactly the case. So I think that they need to keep, to jump on them early. That's the biggest key. Running the football, and running it with whoever it is. If it's Zeke, if it's not Zeke, you know, it's definitely going to be Pollard and someone. You know, I think this could be a big day for Malik Davis if he's the guy. I'm kind of on the fence about Zeke. Sometimes I think he's playing, you know, based off things I see, and then there's other things I'm like, oh, he's not playing. So yeah. I really don't have a great read on that one. I'm leaning towards not playing, though. That's what I think, is that he's not going to play. But either way, I think that they have to figure out a way to run the ball just like they did against the Bears. If they could do that, jump on them early. Yes, I think Aaron Rodgers is still great, but I don't think he elevates his players like he did in the past. I think that it's like, we got Aaron, we're fine. And I don't think that's the case anymore. I think he needs more help. I think it's evident this year. And if the Cowboys can get on him early and kind of get that confidence down, I think that they should be fine. But I do think it's going to be a close game.
Thank you, brother. Have a good trip. We'll recap Monday.
Okay, see you.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you.
Real quick, one thing about Rodgers, you know, if for his entire career he was given shoddy weapons and he elevated them,
yeah,
and now he has shoddy weapons and he's not elevating them, maybe he is in decline.
Maybe he's in decline. Maybe this group of shoddy weapons doesn't have the potential of the previous groups.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, if you've got a blue-chip guy who hasn't reached their potential, they still show blue-chip capability somewhere along the way.
Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Let's relive Bassick versus Broadus with the fellas next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
See by BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Shut up! There is no Mike Bassick music for Mikey to lead Crosstalk because he's out today for his birthday. What a rude present.
Not because of that.
I don't know. You tell me.
He gets suspended? No, he's
on assignment. He's on assignment.
I hate that radio.
They sent him out to Arizona and Nevada to help count votes.
Brian,
it's a politics still
you want to
here.
drop the politics in, even though Mike is out.
And seriously, they suck at their jobs. I don't care who wins, just count a damn vote already.
Wow, they're volunteers, dude.
Hey, no.
And they're overpaid at
There's
that.
only one volunteer out there. Those are Tennessee volunteers, baby.
And they're overpaid at that. Good morning, fellas. What's coming up on the show with Mikey B out on his birthday?
Jerry Jones joins us at 10:30. And I honestly just looked at the run sheet and remembered that we have Jerry Jones at 10:30. So I need to write some questions down or something.
Just ask about Jimmy the whole time.
Oh, that
Give
is
our
a
show
good approach
some
to it.
spotlight.
And then the cheese wheel of misfortune today at 1 o'clock, followed by masterpiece of the week. So Colby's going to be in with us for that 1 o'clock segment. Colby Sapp.
All right, let's relive this. Since it was the end of y'all's show.
I was shocked that this occurred, too.
Okay. So why don't you set it up?
Yeah, so we were just having like a normal, light, regular crosstalk. It's like, hey, what's going to be on your show? Hey, let's talk about fun stuff. And then all of a sudden, Broadus began pressing Mike against don't just complain, give me solutions.
Kind of like with the Republicans and Democrats. You're always just like, hey, you keep arguing about stuff, but you never say here's a solution to it.
There's no votes and solutions.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it just escalated like shockingly quickly, and at some point we all decided to just let it happen.
That's when you hit it.
Mike? How do I fix it?
How do you fix it? Because
right now, how do I
like
fix
what you're
it?
saying,
I call up the LA Lakers, and I say, "You guys are the worst team in the NBA."
No. How's it? I know you want to trade for a guard. How do you fix the rebounding?
He's working. He's getting there.
Okay.
Because I think.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were just going to give me
the money is
Westbrook again.
This is how I fix it. If you let me finish, Broadus.
Oh my
goodness. Yeah, that's rich stuff.
Coming my guy. I'm coming at you, Mike. This better be damn good.
I am going to open up $34 million of
Because everything you
space.
said is just kind of like riding a roller coaster with you
Right.
every time. It's not really consistent.
So as a
to
general
it.
manager, I can't fix it in one move. See, I've made so many horse-ass moves as Donnie Nelson that I now have to try to fix it with years of trying to fix this. I went and got JaVale McGee and Christian Wood. That's not working out as well as I thought it would. So now I'm going to take 3 horse-ass players on my roster, and I'm going to move them to the Lakers, who have 3 years left on their contract at almost $40 million combined. I'm going to take a 1-year, $47 million guy. Big risk, big reward. But if it doesn't work out, great. I now have $34 million of cap space in the offseason to add a Miles Turner, to add a Dylan Brooks.
I'm asking you, how do you fix it
Draymond
now?
Green.
How do you fix the team now? I mean, I'm not talking about
with the
something
players
in the
I have?
future. No, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
All right, stop
telling
right
you
there.
right now.
Okay, so this is where I was like, what is Broadus doing here? Mike, as we all know, with baseball and basketball, is very detailed.
Yeah.
He had multiple plans.
Yep.
He's opening up cap space.
Yep.
He's got Westbrook. Like, he's not just saying fix it. He's detailed in it. That didn't appear to be good enough for Broadus.
I didn't understand. I didn't really understand what was happening in the moment because, Broadus, it felt like he did change the argument a little.
Like, Broadus's point and insistence on Mike fixing it with these guys, I was like, that sounds a little unfair. And Mike's like, I can't turn Dwight Powell and Christian Wood into Barkley and Rodman. And Broadus is like, I don't care what moves you would make with trading players. How do you fix it from within? And I was like, kind of an impossible point to be bringing up. And Mike,
kinda, yeah.
They agreed to disagree and left it there.
Luka, you got to be Michael Jordan and LeBron James combined when they were 25 years old. I got to ask him to go 40, 20, and 10. Yeah. If he goes 40, 20, and 10, I fix my. If you want a realistic option,
you Christian Wood and all that, you just giving up on him?
No, I'm not giving up on Christian Wood. Okay, you want me to Christian Wood? You're playing 35 minutes a night.
I mean, what else are you going to do? What else are you going to do? You're thinking, okay, get rid of, McGee's not going to work. I get it.
Okay.
But how are you going to get better now? That's what I want to know. How do you get better now? I understand.
Christian Wood's going to fix your rebounding. He's going to give you some scoring. You can be a playoff team.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah. I don't get that from him, though. I get like, this team's a bunch of, all that. That's all I get.
No, you just don't listen.
No.
I listen.
You hear what you want to hear.
No, I listen.
You do that with those guys all the time. You just hear what you want to hear, and you don't listen.
No, I listen to you. I listen to you every night. Just, this team's really good. This team's really bad. This team's going to go to the finals. I don't think this team's going to win another damn game. How can I rely on you talking about me not listening? You don't listen to yourself.
I am listening to myself.
All right, stop it right there. Stop it right there.
You might have missed.
Those are two right things.
I need you to rewind it like 3 seconds because we might have missed the best line when Mike calmly says, "I am listening to myself." That was my favorite thing that got said.
Like Mike was doing a nice job remaining composed. For this.
I thought they both went super personal
Very
right
personal.
there.
Very personal.
Mike, you're too much of a roller coaster, and Mike with the
But he
Broadus.
is.
Okay,
I think that's
but
the
then
underlying-
Broadus, you don't listen to the own people on your show. I thought they were really kind of going for it right there.
Well, I mean, look, they're both right, but Mike does have and this is what we love about him. He has
He's a bipolar sports fan.
He is it's either they're never going to lose another game or they're never going to win another game.
I am listening to myself.
He is
that's my favorite part.
He's a 15-year-old in puberty who had a girl dump him, and he's never going to get another girlfriend again.
No.
His life is
I
over.
literally
and it's
just saw
never
that
gonna
with
work.
my son the other day, by the way.
He got dumped?
No, it's a long story, but he did the emotional roller coaster.
Do you feel like that's the underlying reason for this? That Broadus is just tired of hearing Mike one day say they're going to win the title and then next day blow it up?
Possibility.
That's my theory.
There's a possibility. And there are
could
Tolos
see
that'll
that.
tweet that or text that and be like, hey, this is what Mike does.
Yeah.
And there are Tolos that'll be like, this is what Broadus does too. So they know where we're going with it.
All right, finish it off, Peyton.
How can I rely on you talking about me not listening? You don't listen to yourself.
I am listening to myself.
I said earlier every day you come in with a different attitude about this team.
Earlier in the day,
every day,
I said if Christian Wood is able to average 34 minutes a night and finish the games the last 5 minutes where you trust him because he's so good, this team has a chance to be really good. If at the end of the year you're still with Christian Wood at 23 minutes a night and he cannot play the final 6 to 8 minutes of the game, you're a first round out. Luka Doncic, if you follow the NBA as long as I have, Brian, which you haven't, is when you follow the NBA for a long time, guys that are Luka Doncic that are this good, they win 50 games by themselves. In this sport, in NBA basketball, when you have a top 5 player, they will win 50 games. Can they get out of the first round? We saw where Dirk struggled for a long time with that. But once you added Jason Kidd and Tyson Chandler and Sean Marion and Caron Butler and Brendan Haywood and all these guys, it helped out tremendously. Once you got back to Chris Kaman, Elton Brand, all these one-year guys that JaVale McGee being these guys, then you struggle to get out of the first round or even make the playoffs.
He's right. You win 50 games a year. Those guys, like Hall of Fame quarterbacks, they win 10 games a year, every year, no matter who they're with. In their prime, Hall of Fame quarterbacks do. There may be 1 or 2 examples of where they didn't in that 1 year. But for the most part, it's the same thing in basketball. That's why you got to put pieces around them.
I enjoyed the Broadus-esque flex right there. And he goes, when you've been watching the NBA every day like I have, which you haven't. And that felt like something Broadus would say. And I thought that was fascinating.
What happened in the commercial break? That's all I want to know.
Before the segment was even over, he had his bag on his shoulder, right?
Mike did, yes.
Yeah. And just walked out of the room.
Wow.
On his way out, though, he said, I love you, Broadus. And turned the corner and kept walking very fast.
So Texas.
I don't think so.
Texas will.
I say you wait till Monday to crosstalk on Monday to see if sparks fly again, because I imagine this weekend isn't going to help.
Texas William just made something online, and it's got Broadus at the plate, choppy catching. I'm the umpire.
Oh, no.
And Broadus is taking Bassick deep at Pac Bell.
It's not going to help.
That is not helpful. That
just
is
brought us
not helpful.
Brought us a smiling head on that. Bob's body.
It doesn't help.
It's so good.
But Kevin, as a teammate, we have to retweet it and then laugh about it. Like, that's all we can do is just have fun with this. That's
not
our job.
helpful. It is Mike's birthday, for goodness
Happy
sake.
birthday, Mike Bassick, is what I'll do as I tweet this out.
And then
Does that
Tolo
help?
Chris tweeting us this news from TMZ, possibly devastating Mike McCarthy. Gallagher has died.
No!
Oh, no!
The watermelon smashing comedian?
Oh, he was fantastic.
I loved Gallagher.
The watermelon smasher.
He was actually he had really good comedy to go along
He
with
did.
all the other stuff that he had.
did?
Was it
Yeah.
CD?
His CD, I get it.
That was pretty clever.
He did
I'm
a
sorry. I was trying to wrap my head around that Gallagher told jokes and then just go, "Hey guys," and then
He had
smash the
a good
watermelon.
bit on the English language, how none of the words are spelled the way they sound. And
Oh, Mike is going to be very sad about that. He loves talking about the English language.
Yeah, man,
Bassick or McCarthy?
Bassick.
Oh, we were talking about Mike McCarthy was going to be sad.
But he's not referred to as Mike. He's McCarthy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's Mike McCarthy. Mike is the only Mike. Don't forget that.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 10:30. And
You
the
think we should ask him
Cheese-
about Gallagher's death?
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you'll ask
No
something
chance.
crazy.
And you know what? He'll answer and be like, man, best question I've had in 10 and a half years.
Ask him his stinkiest cheese for 1 p.m.
Deal.
Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. Have a fantastic weekend. We're back on Monday. It's the K&C masterpiece right here on The Fan.
I am listening to my
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. If you want to get those shout-outs in, 877-881-1053. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, and the return of Colby Sapp at the 1 o'clock spot with the cheese wheel of misfortune. But we're going to start it off with this. The Packers might run for a lot of yards against the Cowboys on Sunday, but that's fine.
Big whoop.
So you brought this up the other day off air, and I became really fascinated by it and started to look for some more information about it. Will you set up the hypothesis? Because we talked 2-3 weeks ago about how this is the most efficient teams have run the ball in a really long time. Not just individuals, but teams across the board have run the ball in a long time. And there are several metrics. This is the most efficient that teams have run the ball since the merger in 1970. And you're like, I think it could be partially by design.
Yeah, I think more and more defenses are okay with it because they're willing to give up a couple yards here and say there's a likelihood that you're going to commit a penalty on your drive. If you have a long drive, they're not always perfect. More often than not, they're not perfect, and something's going to cause you to stumble along the way. The ones that really turn out well, Kevin, we've noted have some sort of 12-plus yard play. Like we've done studies on the Cowboys specifically and across the NFL on drives where teams have a play of 12-plus yards. They typically end in touchdowns.
Yeah.
They 88% of the time they end in points. And then 80% or 79% of the time they end in touchdowns. So it's more likely that if you have a big play within a drive, you are going to get a touchdown or points. So if you're kind of looking at it from the defensive side of it, you want to limit the amount of big plays so that something like that doesn't happen. Because what happens, Kevin, is if you have a big play like that, it's going to flip the field. Now you've gone from the 20-yard line to maybe you hit that deep pass to CeeDee Lamb. Now you're on their 45. Now, what do the Cowboys love to do from the 45-yard line? Throw deep, strike deep to the end zone. They love that, and more teams love that opportunity too. Well, defensive coordinators I'm not going to get burned anymore. So I'm willing to let you run the ball for 2, 4, 6 yards a play, as long as you're not hitting your big-time wide receiver for a big play that's going to flip the field and put points on the board for you. I'm perfectly okay with you taking long drives, especially if my offense can score quickly, which the Cowboys have proven they can score quickly with Dak. They've done it recently. They can also do the model where we'll run the ball on you all day.
So once you put this idea out there into the world, I started thinking about it a whole lot more and decided to follow it down the path specifically for this game. So I specifically focus on the Packers and the Cowboys. Packers are 14th in the NFL in rushing yards per game and 11th in rushing yards per attempt. So slightly above average. But I don't feel like you would find anyone in particular that would argue that their offense has been good. So there's that. And then juxtapose that against the Cowboys. The Cowboys have given up the 9th most rushing yards per game in the NFL this year. And they also have the 11th worst allowance of yards per carry at 4.7 yards. And you're like, ooh, that's pretty bad. Guess what? They've given up the 3rd least points. So to your point, everyone is saying the Cowboys' run defense is poor. Or maybe not. If you don't think it's poor, probably below average. I feel like a bunch of people would argue. And I think that's fair. And I think the numbers bear that out. But their defense across the board is great.
Yeah, if there's, I guess the main features I would want is, can I stop them from getting big plays? Like, Kevin, with the receivers that you have now, Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, those guys can turn the field very quickly. Indeed. And then all of a sudden you're scrambling to stop points from happening. Where the Cowboys rank in points given up?
3rd.
So that's where I'm more happy. Like that right there is, okay, hold on. All these other things in this one category. Do I want to be better at it? Dan Quinn absolutely just challenged his team to be the 0.01%.
Yeah.
Yes, we want to be better. We want you to step on the field and go, why are we even out here? Like, that's what you ultimately want a team to do is go, we're confused in how to beat these guys.
Yeah, and I think that dynamic that goes together shows why maybe the run efficiency has gone up so much is, first of all, you can make an argument that teams have been more focused on trying to run the ball. I would certainly be willing to listen to that. However, I think that certain defenses have said, no, yeah, that's fine. You go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and accept that all day long because the Cowboys are giving up 4.7 yards per carry. But if there's a quarterback who had 4.7 yards per attempt, you'd be like, holy jeez.
That's not good enough.
You suck.
Yeah.
And so I think that you brought up a very savvy point. And so that bases the idea that the Cowboys, 9th in yards given up rushing per game, 11th in yards per carry. And it hasn't made, well, it's made some difference, but it hasn't made a huge impact as they're still the 3rd best defense in the NFL. But to your point, Dan Quinn had brought up the idea that if you want to be elite, you're the top 1%. If you want to be the elite of the elite, you're top 0.00001%. And they're not there right there.
Not yet.
Right now.
And they might not be. Like, I mean, Hankins was a nice addition to it, and he was on the field for, 30 plays, 34?
And the drastic drop in yards per carry, it was 1.4 yards per carry drop when Hankins was on the field. Now, I know you can make an argument like that's a 1-game small sample size, not even an entire game, but
that was the expectation.
Encouraging.
That's like when you got him, you expected that when he was on the field that would happen. So what you purchased, you got the value for it at least out of the first game. So you should hope that you're getting that every other game from here on.
So
or most of them.
I think that is encouraging, but you're right. I think I think you can win with this defense even if they don't turn out to be the best in the league. If they're top 3 in the league, I certainly think you can win with that. If Dan Quinn and everybody sitting in that room is like, guys, we aren't good enough, and you show the requisite level of improvement, well, then clearly if I thought they were good enough as a top 3 defense, I think they'll be good enough as the best defense in the NFL. And thank you very much for somebody who pointed out that they think total defense stats are stupid because everybody knows you can't score yards.
I love it.
And
can't score yards.
Yeah, that is something that I've never quite understood. They're like, no, we monitor total defense by amount of yards gained. And I'm like, but why? Because that was the year, a couple years back, that people are trying to push off the facade that the Cowboys had the number 1 offense because they had the most yards, but then they were like 8th in points. And I'm like, right. So wouldn't you rather have the 8th best offense if that is how we were monitoring it than your yards offense?
Like saying our baseball team is the best because we have the most hits.
That's
hold on. Did you score any runs?
That's an old timey. I don't even care about hits anymore.
But we hit the ball.
Man.
Man, did you see how many times we dribbled tonight? Oh my gosh, we had the most dribbles.
Okay, actually, I'm intrigued by that because Russell Westbrook might be the MVP every year. If it's just who dribbled the
being
most,
able to move
Luka
the ball,
could be up there too.
I think being able to move the ball and efficiency, huge factor. I'm not going to deny that yards do matter, but it's finishing is the most important part.
It is a shout out Friday, and there's a whole lot of them, and I promise I will try to get to them as quickly as possible for the 817. Shout out to you guys, man. I battled depression and anxiety with me. The right music helps, but I usually end up in a rabbit hole of songs that rip me apart again. You guys have helped entertain me for the last 11 years and you've made me a Tolo. Shout out to y'all and thank you very much. I also appreciate you sharing that story. It is not easy to tell people the struggles that you're going through and everything like that. So thank you very much for sharing that and thank you for the shout out.
And I think we really like the badge of honor of when you're in it, like we're here for you.
Sure.
For whatever, that self-medication is the way I like to throw that out there. When you're in it, like it's a tough place to be. No, I know that for sure.
Absolutely. Shout out to Mike. It is his birthday today. That's why he's not here. He is not suspended because of Crosstalk yesterday. And
I like how you're covering this up with the birthday, not suspension thing after what we had the conversation with the boss yesterday.
Yes, I created this this shadow plan 45 years ago or whatever. That this is how it was going to go down. And obviously, shout out to this might be the most important shout out we'll do all day and we'll hit it multiple times. Shout out to all of the veterans out there. Thank you very much for your service and keeping us safe. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Besides Cowboys Packers, what NFL or college game are you most looking forward to this weekend? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Friday mornings at 6:30 with a replay at 8:40. Right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
My husband struggled with erectile dysfunction for 10 years. The pills never worked all that well. Now that we've been through the treatments,
DFW Boomer Jacks locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
This upcoming segment is brought to you by America Can, Cars for Kids.
Sean and RJ here with carsforkids.org. You can make a difference in the lives of thousands of kids in our local community simply by donating your vehicle to carsforkids.org.
Find us online at carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org. And remember, right off the car, not the kid.
Pollard motion, circles back left, rush with a play fake to Elliott, throws a deep ball to the left side, Lamb 15-10, bulls his way to the 1 yard line. Not dropping that one. I saw it. Remember that other one? That I dropped. Not dropping this one.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Besides Cowboys Packers, which NFL or college game are you most looking forward to this weekend? 877-881-1053 on a shout out Friday for the 817. Shout out to y'all for the Chris Rock tickets last weekend.
You're welcome.
Yes, from the, you know what, I like that. You take credit for it. I think you should. From the 214, shout out to my son Emmett. He's homesick from school today, and he made All-State for his flag football team. Is he sick, or do you think that was his reward for making All-State 3 day
He's just
weekend?
exhausted from being a rushing leader and also winning All-State. You know, I think that's kind of tiring. You know, being the rushing leader of the NFL is a pretty big deal.
Sure. That I don't think that was the same Emmett, but to be fair, I'm not 100% sure about his continued education.
Do you know all the Emmets?
No, I don't. I don't whatsoever. And if you ever wonder when Corey says that, that goes back to spring training. Is we saw like a license plate holder or something, and he's like, oh yeah, that's from whatever. And I was like, I don't think so. And he goes, oh really? Have you been to all the cities? And I just kind of stood there as we walked to the field, and I was like, well, I guess not. So you've bested me again, Corey.
There are lots of ways to win arguments.
Yes, there are. Now, I've seen this, and I'm glad we included college to go along with this.
Me too.
Is because I have seen multiple votes for Texas TCU. So if there is
what's the allure there? More than it's just Texas TCU, maybe it is, hey, ownership of Texas, which can we be a purple state, you know?
Oh my God. Who knows? But I think what it actually is there's a couple of different things at play. Is for Texas, you win this game, you're looking much better in terms of moving into the Big 12 championship game, right? So like that's a big deal for them.
For TCU though, they win it, it just continues the roll.
For TCU, you need to win 4 more games to be in the playoff. 2 more regular season games, and then the Big 12 championship game. And here's the thing for TCU, I think TCU is in a great spot from a motivational standpoint, because their coach can be like, hey, you're undefeated. Mm-hmm. You're in the college football playoff. Nobody thinks you're going to win this game.
Right.
Because they are 7-point underdogs. Now, clearly from that perspective, you would say Texas is in the better spot going into this game. I'm just saying from a motivational coach standpoint. So for TCU, you're 4 wins away from being in the playoffs. For Texas, you're this win away. This is probably your biggest hurdle left to make the Big 12 championship game.
So this is what I want to know from Horned Frog fans out there. Are you nervous as hell about it? Or are you just like, no, our team is this good? See, that's always the question.
That's a good question.
Is our team really this good? Or have things fallen in place for us? Or do you believe that your team is this good? And you're like, no, there's no way. Because 4 games is a long way away. Anything could happen. And that's where like
Sure.
all these things could go wrong. So I'm kind of, are you nervous about it? Are you enjoying this ride? Because it's a lot of fun. Being an OU fan for a very long time, there was a section of time where it was an absolute blast. You know, and then there were times where it wasn't. You were like, I don't know if the team is actually this good.
And the other thing that TCU has to carry that is unfair is, I hope they don't, because I think they just need to stay undefeated and they're fine. I wonder if they carry any like level of expectation of how did they look in the win.
Yeah.
Because they are not the same national brand as your Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, USC, all of that. And
by the way, Choppy's calling for a Georgia upset alert, just to beware of
off
Georgia.
Of the Tennessee game.
Yeah. Well, are they playing Mississippi State?
Yeah, I'm saying after that. Do you think?
Yeah, specifically the program though.
This is a serious question. Do you think Choppy will take some credit on behalf of Tennessee if Georgia loses that game?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We wore them out for you. You know, one of those kind of things.
All right.
It's like if you, as a hitter, if you hit a home run off of me after I've been up to bat for like an 18 pitch at bat,
right?
Which is pretty awesome.
Now, there's a lot of there's a lot of TCU fans chiming in just for you, Corey.
Thank you.
TCU.
Bless you.
Thank you. That was off air from the 940, but that was an awkward pun.
You still didn't say any words while you were sneezing, which Mike and I have been trying to get you to do for months now.
From the 940, TCU 45-31 over UT. From the 313, UT's quarterback and running back are overrated. Disagree about the running back. From the 214, UT lost to Tech. They will not beat TCU. And then from the 469, TCU gets exposed on Saturday. Now, are there NFL games that fit this bill as well? I mean, obviously, we could talk more about TCU and Texas because that feels like a really big game.
One game for me is on this level, and that is Bills-Vikings. I mean, it's the two of the best teams in the game. My question is, what are we doing with Josh Allen this weekend? Do we just cut his arm off and have him throw left-handed?
I don't think that would be my first choice for Josh Allen or for the team.
But if anybody could do it,
maybe is the point spread in this game has dropped from Bills by 8.5 to Bills by 3.5. So you could argue that that's a hedge and that maybe Josh Allen would be worth more like 7 to 8 points, or you can argue that it's been continually moving in that direction as you've seen it looking more and more like maybe Josh Allen won't be ready to go. All right, you said that's the only game that's on the level. Totally understand that. I was going to ask you about one more, which I wouldn't have thought we would be in this situation. Does Seattle and Tampa Bay do anything for you? Because
less than Miami Browns, which is the weirdest thing I've ever said. So like I would put dude, when was the last time you thought Miami and Cleveland can't wait for this game? But I love what Mike McDaniel's doing in Miami.
Can we also point out that Miami Brown would be a super cool name?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make
Miami
sure.
Brown.
I'm intrigued by Seattle and Tampa Bay.
That sounds like a color, right? Like that's the tan that you get when you go to the beach in Miami, or get a Miami Brown tan.
Or you get the 64 count crayon box with the sharpener.
Yes.
And you're like, oh, I got Miami Brown. And you're like, I didn't even know there was.
It's the bonus crayon.
Man, I remember when I was a kid, blew my mind that there were 64 colors. I was like, what?
And a sharpener.
Yes.
Now there's more.
The sharpener was amazing. Absolutely. But I'm intrigued by Seattle and Tampa because Tampa loses. They're 4-6, but you can't say that they're out of that division race by any stretch of the imagination. And if Seattle goes to Tampa, well, I guess they're not in Tampa. The game's in Germany, which is a whole different level of fascination. But if they win that game, then they're 7-3, and Pete Carroll continues to say, in your face.
Are you waking up at 8:30? Eastern, 7:30, I guess, so that's kickoff 8 o'clock.
No, I think it is 8:30 Central.
What? It says East. Oh, yeah, AM. Are you waking up to watch that one in Germany? I'm stoked to see like the German fans and how they respond to it.
Unfortunately, in this stage of my life, when I wake up is frequently out of my hands and in the hands of little baby Noah.
Why don't you wake up early? Go feed him,
right?
Because you can feed him too, right?
We have bottles, yes,
there you
Corey.
Go. Yeah, man, feed the baby and just hang out and say, "Hey, let's watch some
football." All right,
and then just hate on Tom Brady the whole time. Teach him early.
You know what? That's a great point. That was a bit in The Simpsons where Homer goes, "Kids are great. You can teach them to hate what you hate." Is from the 469. Shout out to my granny Joe as we lay her to rest today. Going to miss her. That is an excellent shout out. Right there. And remember, if you want, you can put your names on these, but I can see why you wouldn't want to have your name on this one. From the 469. I'm buying my girlfriend an engagement ring today, proposing on January 1st. You just don't want that plan revealed. He probably doesn't want to be like, hey, this is Steve here from Flower Mound, and I'm buying my girlfriend an engagement ring. And they're like, oh my goodness.
Hey, Steve and Flower Mound.
If you weren't,
Kevin
you better
was
now.
Making up a name. So Stephen Flower Mound's girlfriends don't get caught off guard and start expecting stuff. That name was not texted in.
Man, there's got to be some Steves and Flower Mounds that are listening. They're like, are you freaking kidding me? We just had this talk 3 weeks ago. I thought I'd push it off for another 6 months. Thanks a lot. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
MC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. It is Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, Kevin, Corey, good morning to you. And, man, we're getting a little warm up to the Green Bay weather here today, and what's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with that at all. We're hoping you can help us out just a little bit. Usually we have Mike Bassick with us for these Friday spots.
Right, yep.
Today is his birthday.
Yep.
Could you pass along some birthday wishes to Mike to help cheer him up?
I'll tell you, it's in vogue to be a Mike on birthdays around here. Mike McCarthy, our coach, birthday was yesterday. And my father, rest his soul, would be over 100 today if he were still here, and his birthday was yesterday. So a lot of pretty important people, Mike, around here that are having birthdays. You're in good company in my place.
Fantastic stuff right there. Now, since you mentioned Mike McCarthy, I'm really curious, not just this year, but in all of your years as an owner, we keep hearing about Mike McCarthy's return to Green Bay, and the players seemed hyped. I know every NFL game is important, but in your experience, how often have you seen players specifically talking about wanting to win one certain game for their coach or a teammate?
Oh, I think it's real. And, it can be a player's challenges that he's had along his way. And I've seen other players support him if he goes back to a team that he's got a little bit of feeling about. That creates an edge. That creates an attitude of wanting to show them, which I think is one of the most important attitudes there is anywhere, is just having it in you to want to show them you can do it, show them that they're wrong about that. And so all of that, I think, is a part of makeup and can make a contribution to the game. I'm glad Mike's going back. I know that he's got a lot of emotion there. He's got a lot of great success there. And you can't have had that happen without having some deep cuts along the way, bruises, whatever you want to call them. And, boy, that comes out in you. And I think coach's attitude or his body language